It is now 8:36. I'd like to call the Parks and Environment Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call, Ms. Mauricio?
Members present, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Chairman Warren.
Present. We have one item on our agenda today. It's a discussion regarding the Metal Museum lease agreement of Russ Hall, District 5, Super District 9, requested by me. I've invited the people from the Metal Museum to discuss their situation and asked Director Walker to be here to provide comments from the city so we can be aware of where we are with this vital asset in the middle of our Central Park. Come up, introduce yourself, have a seat, press the button till the green light's on, and pull that close to you so when you're talking, people can hear you at home. This is, being broadcast so people can hear it. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. I'm Carissa Husong, the director of the Metal Museum.
And I'm Richard Aycock. I'm the board president of the Metal Museum.
Thank you. We are here today because we would like to request an extension on our lease agreement for Rest Hall, the former Memphis College of Art building. The current lease requires that the Metal Museum raise $25 million in 18 months to start construction. We have raised $19.5 million to date and currently have several million in requests pending. Per the lease, which was signed on May 4th, 2022, the funds should be raised and construction started by November 4th, 2023, which is why we are currently requesting an extension. The museum originally asked for 24 months to raise the funds. This seemed like a reasonable amount of time. The city asked us to reduce it to 18 months to lessen the time the city would be responsible for utilities and the upkeep of the building. We had hoped that 18 months would be enough time to raise funds. However, the air conditioning has been out since May, and we were unable to tour people through the building because it was too hot for much of the summer. The elevators are also not under contract and can't be used, again, making it difficult for us to bring some donors through the building. And it should be noted that the lease also requires the city to maintain the building in the condition it was in when the college vacated it. Another factor that is kind of impacting our timeline is that we're also seeking historic tax credits, which are worth about $1.5 to $2 million. We've had difficulty negotiating with the State Historic Preservation Office. In particular, they have not agreed to changes that we have requested to the east entry of the building to accommodate a proper ADA entrance. This has delayed our timeline, and construction drawings will now not be complete until the spring. In addition to the historic tax credits, we have a $500,000 grant from the NEH, which is contingent upon receiving SHPO's approval of our design. These funds are all critical to the success of this project, and which is why we have continued to work with SHPO to try and get design approval. And as I mentioned before, we've raised $15.5 million, and that does not include the historic tax credits, and we have several in pending requests. We are also working on the public phase of the campaign and are working.
Excuse me, Carissa, that's $19.5 million.
What did I say?
You said 15.5. It's
sorry.
19.5.
And we're also working on a request with the state budget and hope to be included in that next year. We are confident we're going to raise the funds. We just need some extra time.
Very good. How much extra time are you asking for? And have you, well, I'll talk to the city about that once you tell me.
We'd like to request 12 months.
As opposed to 6, so making it a total of 30 months. Okay, thank you. Mr. Walker, comments?
Yeah, I mean, essentially two things. First, I was on the RFP selection committee that selected the Metal Museum to be the long-term tenant here. We're extremely optimistic and look forward to this. I will just counter a couple things. One, I would have loved to have had these conversations. We were first made aware of this when this was brought to council to ask for an extension to the contract, which I certainly understand. We're not always the first to know. But I will state a couple of things. I think there is a way that we can figure this out, definitely. Two things to bear in mind as we talk about the condition of the building and the costs associated with this. The utility costs with minimal operations in there, even without the units running throughout the summer, is about $60,000 a year in utilities. Additionally, we currently have an emergency contract for security services, in part because of the timeline that we were working under. We notified that security company. We gave them 30 days notice about 2 weeks ago, shortly before we got the email stating that there was interest in extending this. So purchasing would really like for us to go through the process of actually executing a full contract to have somebody do security. The security patrols that we have right now, which are once a day during the evening, I want to say there's 4 sporadic checks that we do just to make sure that people are, not tracking us and trying to sneak in after the patrols or something like that, runs us about $40,000 a year. And so you combine those two costs, which are about $100,000 a year, which is not currently in the budget because we were under the assumption that we would be turning over this property in a matter of weeks. So there is an unfunded aspect to this. Now, I certainly understand the counter, that as a division, we're responsible for this building, and as a city, General Services is responsible for the building. So we'll find a way to make it work. But I do want to make it clear that the condition of the building, as it sits there for another year with no one in it, there is an entropy associated with that. That's just the nature of it. Regardless of how many tours go through there, you can ask any property owner in the city of Memphis, if you leave a building vacant, especially an older building that is having problems with the conditioning, there are things that we're going to have to address. And so we're actually, in some ways, exacerbating the problem. But at the same time, I think for the long-term health of this, we all get the best chance for this to be a thriving, wonderful building is to get the Metal Museum in there. There are 2 things that we'll have to figure out that I don't think we've addressed yet, and we can certainly talk about offline. One is exactly what changes are we talking about making to the lease agreement. As council is aware, typically modifications to an agreement like this only need a resolution to come before council if the actual term is changed. So if the Metal Museum is asking for another year before they are responsible for the costs, we can amend the contract without going through the formal resolution process. If they are asking for another year to be added onto the back end of the deal, we'll need to bring a resolution before y'all because it is a modification of the terms of an agreement that is more than 2 years. And by charter, that needs to come to council. So we'll need to figure that out. We'll need to figure out how we're going to pay for it. The biggest thing, truthfully, is the utilities line. As you're aware, last year, we came before council multiple times from multiple divisions to make adjustments to our budgets because of just the increased cost of utilities. So you add a $60,000 increase to that, plus the extended programming we've done at the community centers. I just want to cue it up for those of you that will be here in the spring. There's likely a resolution asking for us to adjust the budget on that end. But that's all trivial. We can figure all of that out. The administration's in support of figuring out a way to do this. I think is the short answer.
Here's another question for you. I know that we said they've got to have all that money before they can actually move in the building and start doing something. Is there a way that we can look at have some of their functions actually start moving into the building before they do some of that, just so we have someone in the building? Would that be beneficial? I don't even know if it's something they'd want to do, but
yeah, I was going to say, I'll be in full transparency here. The clause about the minimum threshold before they took possession was requested by the Metal Museum during the negotiations, and it certainly makes sense. I don't think they want to take over the building until they're ready to take over the building. So, but as to the activations and those sorts of things, I think when we can get General Services to get the heating and cooling back online, which is not an insubstantial cost either, but it's also not my budget, so I'm a little less heartburn about it. I think once we can get that taken care of, we can definitely work with them to get some more activation in there. We talk about it all the time in parks. People bring light and activity, which cuts down on foolishness, and it also cuts down on detriment. So I think this is part of a larger conversation. It sounds like we just need to have more conversations because, again, the only 2 things I would ask for: 1, we figure out, do they want to add time on the back end? 2, we need to be having conversations because I would not have canceled the security contract had I known that they were in any way, shape, or form needing more time. So I will say, if we do this, I would say two things. One, we put in some sort of clause that says if y'all hit 25 and are comfortable, that we give them the option of being able to execute the lease at that point. And then two, that we have some sort of notification clause in there so that we don't end up in the 12th hour again needing to do another extension.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. In my mind, though, it seems that the city needs somebody in that building somehow. So, I mean, I would pose to you guys that you need to figure out something that you need or something y'all could be doing that would be in that building on a regular basis, even if it's only someone or someone going in there during the day to be available to show it to donors or, you know, to start clean up or to do something along that line. Be creative and get with Nick and think about that, you know, and see where we go. And let me see if my fellow council members have questions. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you and good morning to you. My question, I think, may be around the utilities. Why is the elevator not working?
Man, okay. Well, I'll try to give you the like condensed
ask you
version.
It's
of it.
legal,
Yeah.
right?
It's one of the elevators didn't work before we took possession.
Okay, Mr.
The other
Walker,
one is
let me
a
add,
problem.
and that's
Yes,
my
ma'am.
other question.
Yeah.
What was the status of the elevators and the utilities at the time they took possession? They were aware of it.
Yeah, and I think Carissa can probably, because she's been in the building a lot more than I have. If I remember correctly, one of them was sort of like limping along, and the other one was non-functional. The air conditioning itself was a problem when we took over, but it's something we're going to have to address because it was functional. It was just, imagine like in your home AC, it's working, but you can either turn it on or off. You can't set a temperature. That was the scenario when we took over because the control unit was hard to find. As it currently stands, I believe they have to replace a chiller, and General Services has already got something going with JCI, which is the company that's doing the work. I'll get a specific answer to follow up on where they are on that, but I believe, and we've talked about it, in the FY25 budget, we were fully prepared to get both elevators functioning in order to meet the terms of the lease. So even though I believe only one of them was, but again, I'll let Carissa. Both of them might have been. It's been a minute since the College of Art left.
Okay, so in other words, the lease that we have with them will require that the city maintain the property.
No, it will require that we turn it over to them in the same condition that it was when it was turned over to us by the College of Art.
And at that case, the elevators were not working. One of them was not working.
I believe one of them was not working. So at the very least, we're going to be responsible for getting one of them back online. But again, she may know. Both of them might have been
But even
working.
if you
They
get it
probably were
back
both
online, the condition
Yeah,
was
no.
poor.
Yeah, we're talking about mechanically making the elevator work. We're not talking about replacing the inside of the cab or making it pretty. We're talking about making it a functioning elevator.
Okay. So then I'm turning to the museum. Now, at what point did y'all realize y'all were not going to be able to meet this obligation of 1 year?
Well, I mean, we had hoped that we would meet it, and it's just been in the last couple of months. And so we did start talking about it, but I did not talk to Nick about it initially.
Okay.
We started to contact the administration about it.
Who in administration did you contact?
We talked to Maria Furman.
Okay.
All right. I guess my other question is, do you need a whole year? I mean, this is an expense. Could we not cut it back?
If I could speak to that.
Introduce yourself and
I'm
who you
Richard
are.
Aycock. I'm the board chair.
Okay.
Realize that even though we're asking for up to a year,
Mhm.
the minute we hit 25 million in pledges, we pull the trigger and we will take over the building and start construction.
Mhm.
And as you know, we have several million out right now, including such as FedEx, who is, usually a very good supporter of the city. And a lot of these corporations and individuals make their decisions for their charitable donations towards the end of the year. So we're hopeful that, towards the end of the year, we're about to go to California, where our architectural firm has set up meetings with several potential donors that supports that particular type of architecture. So we have been very active in fundraising, and we just are waiting for some of these places and people to make their decisions.
Okay, so I guess my question is, rather than ask for a year, let's just ask for 6 months. I mean, it's an obligation to the city too. That's what I'm concerned about. At this rate.
Okay.
And need a monthly update on where we are so Nick can make some arrangements for various things that he has to keep up with. But we need, like I said, the communication.
Yeah, I think the issue was, I think with inability to show the facility during the summer because it was so hot, I think their planning got off. And they did not have in the funds coming in they were expecting. That's,
Come on, I ain't buying that one.
yeah. I
I'm
mean,
not
I went
buying
over
it.
there in the summer. I can tell you how hot it was.
It could, we could put some fans up, we could do something. We're talking about $1 million operation. We're talking about the future. Let us, tell us something. We'll bring the fans in or something. Everybody understands the condition of the building.
When did y'all talk to Ms. Furman?
I'm not sure.
Last week, 2
No,
months
it's-
ago, 4 months ago,
A couple months ago.
2 months ago? Okay. All right. Councilman Ford.
Metal Museum was my district. They took me away from the Metal Museum. A lot of people, I did a lot of things over there with that Metal Museum. Well, it says District 5. I don't know my district, a few of them.
Let me
know.
tell you what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That metal museum is still in District 5.
Okay,
They're talking about adding another campus.
right. What would it take to give them up to that year? I mean, I know you're saying 6 months, but up to that year, because I think it would be profitable. And then you say you all have already raised, what, 19 million? So you're looking for 25, that's $6 more million. That's not bad. Okay. In this day and age, okay, to raise that amount of money to try to do something. I need to know from you before we could do a resolution.
I think, again, a lot of this is going to come down to, for the purposes of their tax structures and all that stuff, if we're not talking about adding anything onto the back end, if we're not talking about adding to the 99 years, I don't think we're going to have to bring anything before y'all.
Okay.
But that being said, what I would say is anything that goes beyond June 30th of 2024 we're going to have to budget for this next year. So if they want to go until November, again, that's only 4 months into the fiscal year. But again, I'm telling you, we're going to have to figure out how to make it work now. I don't want to be in the same position next November. So again, I would say, let us figure out. I think truthfully, the best case scenario is that they take possession July 1, because that's when we try to have our contracts set up so that they start on a fiscal year. But that'll be dependent upon how their conversations go and all that. Whatever the will of the body is, we'll figure out a way to make that work.
So I guess my question is, if they're at $23.8 million July 1, okay, do we not pull the trigger? Okay, that's the question for you guys. But, I mean, this to me is a big issue because that's a huge part of our Central Park. And we need to have it occupied and we need to have it vibrant. So, any other questions before we go? Any other comments from you guys?
No, I appreciate your support and your interest in Nick. Thank
Okay,
you.
and Nick, can maybe next month, two meetings from now, can y'all come back and bring us a report to this committee about where we are and what the plans are so everyone on the council can know?
Yeah, I'll do that with the one caveat that if they do need to extend the term, we'll probably bring y'all a resolution at the next council meeting.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, fellow members. You good?
I'm all good, but I got cut off.
Didn't mean to. Go ahead.
It was my District 6.
So the main building is still in 6.
It is. It's still in 6.
I know, but all of that was my district, so please, I know what was taken out and everything else, okay?
Did they take
Which
that?
should never have been, but it was.
It's
For
out of your
certain
district now?
reasons that I did not too much care about, okay? But I'm for you, okay?
Thank you.
And I wish everybody else would feel the same way, okay? So, yeah, please work with them, okay? Get back with us.
All right. Very
Thank
good.
you.
We are now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys.
hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee meeting of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Hale, call the roll, please.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Ford. Chairwoman Logan.
Present. Today, colleagues, we have only 2 items on our agenda. Number 1 is a discussion of the ordinance to create a police advisory and review committee requested by myself. Colleagues, I'd like to open the floor to continue the discussion regarding the proposed ordinance that will repeal Chapter 28, Article 7, Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board, and will create the Police Advisory and Review Committee, for the record. But just wanted to make sure that we give ample opportunity for you, in the public, as well as colleagues, if you all have anything that you want to ask or share, as well as a presentation from an overview from administration regarding this advisory and review committee. So with that, we're going to open the floor for Director Adams to give us an overview of this ordinance. Please give us your name and address.
Okay. Antonio Adams, 125 North Main. I wear a lot of hats, so I'm a public servant. There.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
No, sir. So the subject ordinance before you is presented on behalf of the administration pursuant to a statute that was passed by the state legislature. The state legislature decided to pass a statute repealing all local and municipal ordinances that have law enforcement review boards. So what we decided to do was adopt in whole the statute, replacing our civilian law enforcement review board, because if we didn't, the law enforcement review board would sunset October 29th or 27th. So we wanted to make sure that this was replaced. We can continue. This sets your floor with respect to this piece of legislation. So we are asking that you adopt this on second reading. It is very specific with regards to the investigative subpoena powers. Is very specific with regard to the composition of the board. It is very specific with regards to recommendations of an executive director as well.
Okay, colleague, thank you for that presentation, information. Colleagues, did you have any questions or comments? Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. When is the second reading? Is it today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What was your question, ma'am?
The actual second reading, make sure it's
Oh,
coming down today in the afternoon, so people want to hear more discussion. Did we receive any opposition whatsoever? Anybody else from the outside have anything to say about it?
No, ma'am.
Some council members received information regarding appointments coming from the mayor-elect, rather, as opposed to sitting mayor. That was the only one that I've seen so
So
far.
how will that be handled?
Now, with regard to the current board and the current mayor, we will allow the current board to kind of self-select, because we'll have to go from the current 13 to 7, so that we can continue on until Mayor-elect Young decides who will be his 7 board. And then, of course, that board will be a staggered board, and the terms will be 1, 2, and 3 years. And then, of course, he'll move forward.
So we're going to keep the members we have in a reduced amount.
We'll allow them to self-select,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, anything else? Dr. Warren.
So I understand that the reason we've gone from 13 to 7 is because that's what the new law says.
Correct.
Okay, and although you can have 7 members that are voting, does the new law stop you from having non-voting members?
It does not specify that whether you can have non-voting members.
I'm just wondering, you've had these people who have donated their time and efforts to this for a period of time. Do we want to have that in there as a non-voting member so they can at least comment and be there to offer their opinions? I don't know if that's of interest or importance, but it'd be interesting to get feedback from the core board to see what they think.
Again, this sets your floor. So again, upon adoption, you can then this board can be creative.
Okay, thank you for that. Colleagues, if there aren't any further questions, I recommend that we hear it this evening as well as bring it back for the next meeting because of the importance of it and the importance to the community
So
for that.
moved.
Now,
Thank you.
keep in mind, if you bring it back next meeting, you will sunset. You have to pass it
We'll
today.
hold it. We're gonna.
You have to pass it today downstairs.
Move it tonight with same night minutes?
Well,
It's already on the.
it's already on the agenda today.
Okay.
So you have to pass it today. Otherwise, CLURB no longer exists.
Okay.
So this is just a discussion.
This is just a
just
discussion.
discussion.
Yeah,
There's
just
no
a
need to take
discussion.
motion.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
already
Okay.
downstairs.
All right.
Correct.
We'll have a discussion, just have a discussion, but it's already down.
It's downstairs. It's on the agenda today.
Absolutely.
For
Okay, great.
Final reading.
Sounds good. Thank you for that. All right, next on the agenda is item number 2 is a presentation regarding monthly crime statistics from the Memphis Police Department. Please give your name and address for the record, and you may be recognized. Thank you, Chief Davis.
Good morning, Chief C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Deputy Chief Joe Oakley, 170 North Main.
All right, we ready?
Yes.
Ready? Go
Good
right
morning.
ahead. Good morning.
We've been asked to present the third quarter crime stats to show
If
where
you-
we are.
If you
in
would give
the-
your name and address for
I
the record.
did, but Joe Oakley, 170 North Main.
Uncle said, I'm true.
Deputy Chief,
I know, right?
I'm 40 years old. Anyway, our third quarter crime is before us. In the third quarter, we're up a little bit in violent crimes. You can see we're about up 163. Murders are up by 17. Aggravated assaults are up around 140. And I hope everybody has a copy of this. You could look at it later. Aggravated assaults did go up in September versus this time last year, but we did have some success in August. So we are trending overall. We'll show later that our crime is dropping in the city, especially due to our summer plan and other actions we've been taking. Interstate shootings went above a little bit on September, but if you notice in July and August, they did drop, and that's because of our summer plan, fighting our crime with our specialized units and our officers working hard. Our Mount Moriah leads the way with 18 interstate shootings, followed by Appling with 16, and then Crump is in third place with 10. Our murders, we hit last September's mark with 23, and unfortunately, to date, we've got 316, so we are above last year's numbers on that. Our third quarter crime drivers, auto theft, theft from motor vehicle, are 2 main crime drivers in the city, and I think we've all discussed that. And then our violent crime is aggravated assault. So you can see on the left, auto theft is up. We're around 700 from this time last year in the quarter, and then theft from motor vehicle is not up as much, around 90. So we are seeing drops in both of these crimes, and I think it's because of the Kia Hyundai situation and the thousands of steering wheel locks that we have given away, as well as our public meetings that we talk about crime strategies to reduce theft from motor vehicle and auto theft. Third quarter auto theft arrests. These are the ages of auto thieves on the right that were arrested, in the top stolen cars on the left. So it's Kia, Hyundai, and then Nissan took over from Infiniti as third place, and then Infiniti is fourth, because Nissan is the manufacturer of Infiniti, then followed by Chevy and Dodge. And high ages of our auto theft arrests are going to be 18, 17, and 16.
So you can see I was going to say, you can see the spike where the 35 is age 16. And so, you know, significant number of our young people between the ages of 16 and 20 are committing most of our auto thefts.
And on the next one, we break it down. We've arrested 12-year-old, and some 10-year-olds, 14-year-olds, but the majority are 16, 17, and 18. In this count, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds make up 76 of those arrests, and 112 are juveniles. And we're going to highlight some good arrests that we made in the quarter. This is a chop shop arrest. Officers got an alert and they went to this location. We recovered weapons, drugs, people with warrants, and numerous stolen cars and motorcycles. Another chop shop, same thing. These are three of the suspects that were arrested and charged. We had a search warrant, and again, we recovered stolen vehicles, drugs, firearms, and made several good arrests on that. We went to serve a search warrant in a drug investigation. We arrested these two gentlemen. We recovered narcotics, ammunition, weapons, and money. And some of these suspects were wanted for auto thefts, theft from motor vehicle, and shootings. We remember back in the early summer and spring, we were having liquor store burglaries. Well, this young man was caught breaking into a Buster's liquor store at Poplar and Highland, and he got out. He continued to commit crimes, continued to get arrested, and now he's in federal custody for weapons charges. Another shooting, carjacking. He was arrested for carjacking, aggravated robbery, using a firearm during a dangerous felony, evading arrest from the police. We know about the FedEx Forum shooting on September 7th. This young man was arrested for that. He was charged with reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon and unlawful possession of a weapon. Went to his home, served a warrant. We found more weapons, assault rifles, and narcotics. We put our month-to-date and year-to-date breakdown. This is through September 30th from the 1st. We had two precincts in the green, Austin P and Tillman, and today's crime stats show in October that we have Austin P, Crump, and Appling in green. So we are seeing some strides at our precincts, and we love green. We don't like red. So we're seeing some crime reductions in some of our precincts, and that's very encouraging for us. This is a 28 and 365 breakdown. See, the Austin P and Crump are in the green quite substantially, and ended the month with a 2.75 in the red. So we are showing some strides again. Month to date, this is the chart that's going to show you what we have in the city, our ag assaults, all the way to auto theft, our shoplifting, car break-ins, robberies. We do have some green, got some red, but we are showing that we are reducing crime with our strategies in the city. 5-year trend line. See, we have 2019, 20, 21, 22, and 23. So we started out in 23 pretty high, as you can see, but it is continually dropping, especially with summer plan. And we're looking forward to seeing some lower numbers as we progress through the end of the year. This is a bar chart reflecting on the trend line. It's a bar chart reflecting the same information. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, any questions? Comment? All right, we appreciate it, Chief Davis and Deputy Chief Oakley. Thank you for the information. If there's
Transportation Committee, Mr. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. And Chair Canali.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today. It's a presentation from MATA, but before we get started, I would like to take a point of personal privilege to congratulate. It's permanent too. MATA Deputy Chief Executive Officer Bakara Malden on her recent award as the 2023 Urban Executive of the Year given by Tennessee Public Transportation Association. Congratulations, Ms. Malden. And I would also like to recognize and congratulate Ms. Malden and CEO Rosenfeld for both being elected to leadership positions within APTA, the American Public Transportation Association. So congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Malden, Mr. Rosenfeld, who's presenting today?
I'll be presenting today.
Okay.
Chairman.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Gary Rosenfeld, Chief Executive Officer of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. It's my honor to be before you today to provide you with updates and information regarding the status of your transportation system. The Memphis Area Transit Authority is doing some wonderful things in the community and struggles with certain things as well. So this is our time to share both of those issues with you, if you will, and we'll just get started right into this so we can take your questions. We do have some proposed service changes for the winter of 2023. The changes were designed to allow us to get caught up, if you will, as we continue to struggle with a shortage of maintenance employees in our garage operations. It's making it more and more difficult to meet the daily requirements of the fleet as we roll out each morning. So our goal was to target bus service in high ridership areas, expand on-demand services in lower ridership areas, make sure that we are managing the human capital resources, if you will, in an effective manner, with the commitment to more timely arrivals. One of the big complaints that we get from the public is that we say a bus is supposed to be somewhere at 9 o'clock and it doesn't show up until 10 o'clock or 10:30 or 11 o'clock. And that's not fair to the riders. It's not fair to the community. We also need to enhance our communication with riders. The biggest issue that would have a major impact is replacement buses, making them immediately available, which is why we're going through this exercise so that we can free up some of the fleet to be able to respond to in real time issues that the public experiences. We held a series of public engagement meetings throughout last week. You can see there's 12 listed here. The 12th one will be this afternoon at the MATA Board of Commissioners meeting. But we were able to get through the entire community pretty much. Our staff did, I think, a wonderful job in presenting some very difficult information. We heard some very passionate and honest feedback from the public. Naturally, it's, nobody wants to see service cuts, but the public was really very good at providing feedback back to us and offered us some alternatives that we will be investigating over the next few weeks. One of the big issues that we face is the labor shortage in our maintenance arena. And this slide, although accurate, is just a touch misleading because we have 42 mechanic positions. We're short 10. We currently have 4 apprentices included in that number. So in reality, people that can work unsupervised and be able to do the job that needs to be done on a daily basis, we're more short like 14 or 15. We're also short 4 electricians, which are not included in the diesel mechanic numbers. Electricians work on all the electrical parts of our vehicles. As you can imagine, just like with your cars as they get newer, or you bought a new car lately or just in the last couple of years, the amount of electronics on board is staggering. And it's no different on our buses as well, and especially when you start adding in some of the CAD AVL systems that we use and some of the fare collection equipment that we use. So we're four folks short in that arena. We're also one body shop person short. Unfortunately, during the last 12 months, we've lost 12 buses to catastrophic accidents, meaning they can't be fixed. We don't necessarily have the capital available to replace them. So when you take those 12 buses out of the mix, out of a fleet of 102, you can see the difference that it makes in terms of what's available for us to work on, what's available for us to be able to respond in real time with, and what's available for our maintenance teams to really thoroughly make the necessary repairs. Ridership during the first quarter shows fairly steady numbers in terms of where we're at compared to last year. This is all modes of service. 265,000 boardings in the month of September. 230,000 on the fixed route network. Here's our route ranking that we've been sharing with you for many months now. And as you can see, what continues to occur is the 50 Poplar, the 36 Lamar, and the 42 Crosstown are generating the greatest number of boardings. And then the 34 Central Walnut, 37 Perkins, and 16 Southeast Circulator are struggling to provide a reasonable amount of service for what we are investing in terms of time and effort in those areas. As we design the service changes, we certainly were looking at the options that that might be available to better serve these areas, because as you're aware, over the last couple of years, we've inserted on-demand services that have been well received by the public, where we see ridership increases tenfold over the traditional fixed route concepts. This is just another view of this for the first quarter of 24. September, August, and July. Paratransit ridership remains strong. However, we're struggling here. We've lost a considerable amount of on-time performance because of the status of the fleet. And our trolley ridership, as you can see, took a big dip in September. That was due to some interruptions of service on Main Street due to construction. Ready ridership continues to be strong and growing. Zone 1 in Southwest Memphis continues strong. Zone 2, the pace is picking up, and Zone 3 is continuing to show regular increases in ridership. Groove ridership, which is the on-demand service downtown, we're seeing a little less activity in the evening hours, but nonetheless, still very strong ridership in the downtown area and North Memphis. The Go 901 smart cards, our new fare collection system, we're excited. We registered 38,000 cards. I think this is embedded. Yes? No, it's not. That's a screenshot of a news report on that, but they're working great. They're providing great service, and will offer us the ability to expand program offerings in the very near future. The Go 901 mobile app continues to be strong in terms of the revenues it's producing, $464,000 in revenue through the first quarter of 2024. And be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the cause of the increased catastrophic bus accidents that are taking them out of service? Are we being hit by these speeding cars that are everywhere? What's going on?
There's, I can't pinpoint one thing, but I do know that, in talking with some of my counterparts in other divisions of the city, I know Chief Sweat suffers from the same issue of people hitting fire engines and causing serious damage. We are experiencing that, but we do have a number of accidents that cause substantial damage to buses. One of our brand new electric buses was hit a couple of weeks ago by a car, and it hit the bus exactly where all of the sensitive equipment is kept. And so it's going to be out of service for many months because of supply chain issues, but the cause is not anything we did. It's something where a car hit our bus. And we have, like I said, there's 12 buses over the last year, 8 of them the fixed route big buses, and 4 of them paratransit, so, creating the same issue for that group.
Are they being hit by stolen cars or just bad drivers?
I would be more inclined to say bad drivers, because I don't have information on whether or not the cars are stolen.
Who would have that information?
We'll look into that.
Okay.
And get back to you. It's not something that we regularly track.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. What are we doing to shore up and to expand, build capacity in our on-demand service to those low ridership areas or new markets, new areas?
Based on the plan for the changes in the fixed route service, we'll be expanding services in the existing on-demand areas. We are going to add vehicles as they become available. We have 10 on-demand vehicles on order. We should be receiving them hopefully in the next few weeks. But just to give you an example of what we are facing in the supply chain of those vehicles, we ordered those buses about 18 months ago. We ordered 50, we got 10, then they canceled our order, and then called us a few months later and said, oh, you can get 10 more, but the price is about 70% higher than what you contracted for. So these are issues that we're facing in the industry, to the point where the FTA has issued Buy America waiver on some of these vehicles to allow us to go outside the borders of the U.S. But even looking at that, the supply chain on that is equally troubling in terms of the demand for those vehicles.
So are you all looking at doing something different with that? I mean, instead of just waiting that period of time, are there any other options or discussions on alternatives for?
We're having discussions as to whether or not we want to offer services that may or may not be completely ADA accessible in terms of on-demand. Those are operational issues that we have to look at, and if we choose to go that direction, there would have to be a very big public outreach to ensure that people knew what they were signing up for. I'm not saying that it's bad, but when you go order an Uber car, for example, you're not getting the same background checks, drug testing, and other things that we do on a regular basis with our employees to enhance the safety aspect of the service. An Uber driver might do 3 or 4 trips a night. Our folks are doing probably 3 or 4 trips per hour. And so it does make a difference, but we are looking into those options. And we're also need to verify with our other funding partners that the federal funding would still be available for a program like that.
And I'm now looking for programs that haven't been vetted or that are going to compromise safety.
I was thinking more so in terms of purchasing your vehicles. I know you say you're gonna go abroad, but is there any other option for purchasing local for wholesale or something different to where we don't have to wait that long? Because on-demand service we've seen a great deal of increase and I know in my district there's been a huge request for it. And I've, talked to your staff about opening that option up on our end, especially now that you're going to be doing this. I know I see that the rider time or the wait time is going to be 120. I think it's 120 minutes
On Sunday.
now. And so just wanted to
Sunday.
on Sunday,
Yeah.
make certain that, what is it the other day?
60 minutes.
60, okay. And for some, that's still problematic, but I do understand. But I'm very much interested in how we can expand the on-demand.
Certainly. We have to, on the surface, Councilwoman, it looks like it's something that we should run into and go do. But we have to be cautious because if we go into, cars or SUVs to provide the service as compared to the buses, now we introduce a whole other layer of mechanical training and requirements for parts. Parts are a problem right now. Automotive parts are a problem right now because of the ongoing UAW work action, but the supply chain in general. We're looking at, in the MATA parts department, we're purchasing parts 6 to 9 months in advance to ensure that we have everything that we need in real time. They've been good about it, and we have not hit a lot of supply chain issues with trying to keep our buses running. But each one of these ideas comes with a long list of things that we have to make sure that we understand the implications. Because the last thing that we want to do is to offer a solution that creates yet even more problems for us. But very much take your comments under consideration. We'll get back with you.
I appreciate that, and I will continue discussions with you and your staff about that because I've seen it work very well in the South. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, too, for your presentation. When was the first wreck of those 12 that you're waiting on parts for?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear the question.
You mentioned that you had 12 vehicles out of commission because of wrecks.
Yes, ma'am.
When did the first wreck occur?
Probably 9 months ago.
And you still haven't been able to get the parts?
Well, in some cases, the vehicles are not serviceable, so they're totaled in terms of the damage caused to the vehicle.
So how long does it take? I'm sure they're insured, correct?
They are not insured for physical damage due to accidents. They're insured for physical damage due to nature's activities, but the cost of providing physical damage insurance due to accidents is prohibitive.
Let's back up and let me ask that question again. You said they're insured for nature?
If a tornado were to come through the MATA bus garage or MATA bus facility in the evening and take out the fleet, we are insured for that. When a bus is involved in an accident, we are self-insured, if you will.
I got you. Like
It's about we're self-insured for the first 300,000, I believe, is the number, and then we have insurance after that. But again, the other parties that are involved often are very underinsured,
right,
and they do a lot of damage.
What's the cost of an average bus? I guess you're replacing everything with the newer ones now.
Well, the average diesel-powered vehicle today is priced at about $750,000 each. A battery electric bus, for which there is more opportunities for different funding sources, are at about $1 million apiece, plus the charging system for the vehicle until we have a complete set of chargers is about another $1 million each. So electric bus, $2 million, diesel-powered bus, about $750,000.
Okay, that's pretty expensive. Okay, let me go ask another question. what are you doing in regards to your posting to get these individuals hired that you know that you need there, like your mechanics? What all?
We are all over social media with the need for mechanics. We utilize the very common social media platforms for recruiting. We do recruiting into the communities, attendance at job fairs. We host what's called Mechanic Mondays at our facility every Monday, where people can come in, apply, get interviewed, and get hired all in the same day. We partner with just about anybody that we can partner with respect to job fairs, and have our teams out and about doing the outreach.
What's the minimum qualifications to come in?
Well, we have apprentice programs, so for those minimums, the bar is fairly low.
Such as?
Well, if people go through your basic mechanics training program, either at a Southwest or one of the other for-profit organizations out there, they're going to come in. They're going to have knowledge of mechanic theory, but they have no practical experience.
Mm-hmm.
So they go into the apprentice program to gain practical experience. Takes about a year to get through it, maybe 2 years to get through it, and then they're at full wage and full benefits.
Starting salary?
The starting salary, I'll get
I'm
back to
asking
you.
questions because people are listening.
Okay, I
If you
understand
want
that.
an
We'll get that
opportunity,
looked
I'll
up
give you one.
right away. But I will also tell you that we are still in labor negotiations, and we're working to solve some of those issues through labor negotiations. It's unfortunate that we're not done with them yet, but Ms. Malden will have that number for you shortly.
Now,
The starting is $26 an hour for.
okay. I had another question that was brought to my attention. For instance, you talk about your buses may not be functioning. If an employee or bus driver goes to work and that bus is determined not to be operable for that particular day, what happens to the driver?
They stay with us, and they may be dispatched on a different assignment.
Okay, but they're not sent home?
No.
And without pay, that's my question. No. Okay. All right, those are all my questions, and I hope you get to people. And
Thank
I
you.
hope these parts come in a lot faster. Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan, I agree with you. I think that the on-demand service is vital. But just to show you where we are in obtaining more vehicles, MPD still hasn't taken delivery of around 40 to 60 Dodge Chargers, a car that they've taken out of their line. Dodge doesn't even offer anymore. And if you go to any local dealership today and don't find something on their lot that you want, and you order one, I'd be willing to bet you that they tell you, we'll call you when it comes in. But as far as like, we'll have it in a month, 3 months, 6 months, I would be willing to bet you they would not guarantee you that. So again, with the United Auto Workers strike and with the other issues within the industry, that's what we're up against. And I don't know that there is a good answer, except that we just have to wait and see. And hopefully it gets better sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Jim.
Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, the winter update service. I need you to explain. I know we met. Okay. Now, I need you to explain the electric buses where the federal government comes in and the diesel that they don't help with. Okay. I need you to explain all of those things to them. I know the schedule's supposed to stop at 7. I know we talked about it. I need you to explain what kind of solutions are we trying to come up with. Everybody's listening today, and we want to at least try to service the people that are riding these buses. So please let everybody know where I'm coming from.
Good morning, Bakar Malden, Deputy CEO, Memphis Area Transit Authority. Thank you so much for that question. As Mr. Rosenfeld alluded to, there's a lot of federal funding out there for electric electric vehicles. Right now, there's just a whole initiative to promote the use of cleaner energy, whether it be electric or hydrogen or the like. And so there are not really any grant programs per se that allow you to purchase diesel vehicles. So that would actually need to come from local funding, from local sources or alternative sources other than federal grants. And so we are, of course, looking all around for any opportunity we can to get additional funding to cover the purchase of diesel vehicles, because as you heard, the cost differential is quite a bit to get diesel vehicles. And so that's really the difference between the two. And in terms of, we are absolutely scratching our heads and digging deep to try to come up with solutions. We have heard the comments from the public, and we definitely empathize and feel their pain, and we don't want to inconvenience anybody. And so we're doing this really because we're in a position where we have to. But we're looking at a couple of options. There are a few options, and I know that Mr. Lancaster has been looking at a couple of options in terms of possibly extending a couple of lines of service. And then I also have been in talks with a local on-demand contractor that we're already working with to possibly offer a citywide on-demand service. And so that's something that we are looking at, but there's a cost associated with that. And so, those will be options that we'll be bringing up this evening at our board meeting and going through in more detail. But we are seriously looking into those options because we do want to provide the community with options, at least until, I think we're looking until 11 o'clock is what we're looking at. So, Mr. Lancaster, I don't know if you wanted to allude to or kind of cover any of the things that you were thinking about.
One of the analysis that I was looking at was actually at which routes carry the most people at night or after 7 p.m. And there's about 9 routes that carry nearly 9% total of our daily ridership. And of those 9, again, 8% or more, some of them carry about 17% of the ridership after 7 p.m. So I was looking at extending those routes another couple of hours, and that cost us about another 14,000 hours in service annually to do that. And those routes carry over about 1,000 boardings. So those are kind of the criteria that I've used for making that as a proposal to extend it, because that was the number one thing that we heard from the public as far as public comments is we've got to have more night service. You can't cut everything off at 7 o'clock.
So keeping in mind, though, any of those with the latter option, that would require that we have our vehicles on the road longer, which still puts us at a disadvantage as far as the scenario that we described with the maintenance of our vehicles. So it's really a tough spot to be in, but we're absolutely listening to the public and taking in suggestions and food for thought. And so we really do want to try to come up with a solution that will give us the leeway that we need to be able to meet our maintenance needs and requirements, but also provide a level of service to the community.
Okay. I appreciate that, because between 7 and 11 o'clock, people are trying to get home from work or trying to go to work, because once that's 7 o'clock, they're going to work, so the buses be running in the morning. But that was very important. That's what we met about.
Yes, sir.
And I see you all taking consideration of all those different things, and I appreciate that. And even like those ready buses, we mentioned that, to make sure that they can be taken care of. I just appreciate y'all looking at all that, but I really wanted the public, everybody else to know what's going on right now. We're not just sitting still, because I met with you last week.
Last week.
Yeah, and you thought I was mad at you, but I wasn't.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Appreciate you.
Let the record show that Chairman Jones has joined us, and Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning. Rushing the day through. This may have been covered before I came, but I see this handout here is winter service changes. This is being proposed for December 3rd through March, April Do you have a date yet for that?
It would generally take us into the spring, yes, sir. Probably through March.
Okay, but it's not projected to go, because technically June is spring until summer gets here.
And then it's that one day. No, I think that our next service update is usually in the early or the late spring, like April. And we do that for a couple reasons. Number one is to make adjustments to the schedule based on the statistics that we're seeing, but also it gives our bus operators the opportunity to pick their work assignments, where we have to give them 3 opportunities during the year to pick their work assignments. And that's usually when we try to integrate in the service changes so that it's not, so that we don't have to do it more often and cause that much more confusion or problems for the public.
Okay. Just observing, there seems to be that proverbial perfect storm of things happen at the same time. The labor issue, the equipment issue, the funding issue. If you could say which one of those, if there may be some that I missed, which one of those would you say is the larger driver, or largest driver of these required service changes?
That's a great question, Councilman, and I think that the appropriate answer to that is the capital funding that is available to MATA for equipment replacement. We do get capital funds from the federal government for vehicles and for assets, but we're using all of those funds as preventative maintenance expenses. We're covering our preventative maintenance expenses with all of those funds. So realistically, we could increase operating funds locally that would allow us to utilize the funds we receive from the federal government for ongoing capital needs. Our fleet is the size, a full-size transit bus is designed to last 12 years or 500,000 miles. Our buses here in Memphis, because of the sprawl that we have in the community, hit 500,000 miles in about year 8.3. So we need to buy 10 to 12 buses a year in order to properly update the fleet and keep it updated. But as of right now, about 50% of the fleet has exceeded its useful life. Another 47% of the fleet has exceeded half their useful life, and we only have 3 roughly new buses, the electric buses that we have, that are still well under the mileage cap. Now, we do have a few buses on order, but we don't know exactly when they're going to get here. But if we could increase the operating funds to allow us to get to the capital that's provided by the federal government for capital purposes, that would go a long way to solving part of the problem, because we're trying to overcome just an old, aged fleet. And that just makes it that much more difficult with the labor issue. Okay. So I would put labor as fleet number 1, labor number 2, and then just the operating environment number 3.
Okay. And during this budget season, I proposed an increase that would go towards funding. What type of delta are we looking at now? What type of deficit are we looking at now? Or another way to ask it, what amount of funding could have prevented this service reduction proposal?
Councilman, there's 2 things going on there, and I need to be cautious about answering your question. The capital side that I just spoke of, that we get from the federal government, varies between $12 and $14 million a year. So that would be great. The labor side, the labor piece, we're still in negotiations. So I don't know what that delta is yet. I know what we're planning, but it wouldn't be fair to our employees to discuss that in public at this point. So I'd be, as we know more, we meet with the employee group tomorrow and Thursday. They keep telling us that it'll be the last session, but until I have an agreement, I have to hold my breath, I guess.
Okay. Well, colleagues, in preparation of this meeting, I requested that MATA prepares just a chart to show what their funding has been. Do you have that for public dissemination?
No, sir, I don't. I'm sorry, but it was a 12-year chart, and it addressed local funding only.
Right.
So and it was, the trend line was flat through the 12 years. And there were minor spikes from time to time. For example, a couple of years ago, we had the big increase in fuel pricing, and we had a liability claim that needed to be covered. We saw an increase for that. It wasn't a program increase, it was just to deal with those particular issues. So, but the funding over the 12-year period trends within a very narrow range.
And I specifically asked for 12 years to essentially say what happened before any of us was on this body. And what you'll find is maybe that 13, 14 year, we saw a reduction in funding. And, nobody wants to just consistently raise taxes, which taxes equal services. There's no way around it. But when you, and I just provide this admonition for my colleagues, be careful about cutting, because whenever you cut to get back to to get back to where you were, it requires a larger increase. Give you an example. If we have a set level of funding at 100, we cut it by 25% to 75. It's not going to take a 25% to get us back to 100 again. That's a 33% increase. So there were, the council at that time decided that, hey, or it could have been the recommendation of the mayor, but the council still had to approve it. But if we can just hold funding for those things versus if we're looking at a tough environment where cutting is on the table, I would just say we go through all means to try to hold what we have versus a cutting scenario, because it makes climbing out of that hole just that much more difficult. And I would contend that, I'd be hesitant to speculate that had we not had that, we wouldn't be in this position right now. We know what the inflationary environment has been. We know what the supply chain environment has been during that period of time. But I would say that has exacerbated what our current issues are right now. And going forward, colleagues, I would just try to prevent it from going forward.
If I could, Councilman, if you recall on that chart, I took two approaches to the original 2012 funding. I put 2% per year on that funding, and then I also applied the transportation index to that funding. The transportation index was actually less, but the shortfall in funding cumulative was in the $30 million range if we use the transportation index, and it was in the $50 million range if we use just the 2%. So it speaks exactly to what you're talking about in terms of keeping the number the same is actually reducing funding. And in something that's as volatile as what we do in terms of the petroleum-based supplies and the labor, it just makes it that much.
And I know we have to move on, but I have just one last question looking at this winter service update again. I see some of these where it says frequency will be 60 minutes. That's, for instance, I'm looking at the 42 Crosstown. Is that the frequency right now, or is it being reduced?
42 Crosstown, I believe, right now is at 30 minutes.
Okay.
So it's being increased to 60 minutes.
Okay. But, so that's going to be the case for a good number of these as far as the weekdays are concerned?
Yes, sir.
Well, colleagues, I'm just, for people who have to rely upon transportation to get to work, and let's just say whether they missed the bus by 5 minutes, for them to have to work to wait another 55 minutes to get to work, that could very well drive some people to unemployment, to be fired because of that. So whatever alternatives that you all are presenting, I hope that this body would be amenable to that. We are fortunate enough that we don't have to rely upon public transportation to get to work, but a large part of our population does, and I take it as our responsibility to help them in this situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Please let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Swearingen Washington have joined us. We are over time. We appreciate your time today. I do want to point out everyone should have gotten a copy from Micah, Citizens for Better Service, the Bus Riders Union, Sierra Club. We will reconvene on the November 21st, and we'll see you then. Thank you for your time. We're adjourned.
Thank you all.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Johnson's here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Smiley.
Absolutely, I'm here. Please let the record show that Councilwoman Johnson here as well. We have 4 items on the agenda today. We're gonna hold item number 2. So that gives us 3 items on the agenda. We're gonna start with item number 3. All right. Is a resolution for an additive change order, additional funds request to an existing construction contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $308,110 due to a change in the scope of work. Mill Avenue Drainage Replacement Project number ST03225, Council District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes, and we're gonna, y'all don't have a problem with same 9 minutes. Moved by Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. You have to convince me that we need the same 9 minutes. If not, I'm just gonna take it off. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Robert Connect, Public Works Director. We have an active project where we've identified a change in scope with conditions on the site. So we needed to allocate additional funding to construct. So this project is ready to go. That's why we're asking for the expeditious movement through the process for the same 9 minutes, because if we delay, we get into the winter season and it gets colder, it gets harder to do construction work. So we want to move forward as ASAP. So that is why we're asking for the same.
So we're over budget?
No, we are not over budget. There was change conditions on the site, different soils and different impacted the construction scope. So we had to allocate additional materials to make the project work. We don't want to build something and it fail. So we're making sure that the project will function as it's designed and intended to do.
Every time I hear the word additional, it sounds like we're adding more funds and that we didn't originally anticipate. Am I missing something?
No, sir. This is a stormwater funded project. You're right. And when we originally bid it, it was one cost. We get into the construction, and this happens a lot in construction, especially when you're doing underground or working in soils in our area. It's possible that you come in across different type of materials that you thought you were going to be encountering, and then your design and the work that you originally put into a bid has to be modified, and that's what's happened here. That we did our best to design based on what we thought was there. Something's changed that, and unfortunately, we have to spend more on the construction side to make it work.
All right, any other questions by the council? All right, Pierce, all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Not so enthusiastic. Any opposed? All right, it's in the opinion of the chair that the 2 ayes have it. All right, item number 4, resolution to transfer and appropriate $2,348,276.45 for existing project to GA01004 Cobblestone Landing, Council District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Councilman Ford. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what's in front of you today is a request to transfer some additional dollars from 2 previous projects that are one is in Council District 7, which is a Channel Avenue resurfacing project. There was some $1.4 million allocated for that project. However, due to the conditions out there, we foresee that the total cost for the resurfacing will greatly be exceeded to that, possibly in the $8 million ball field. And we probably won't get to that project until some years later down the road. The other source of funding for this would be an existing project that's been completed. There's some additional dollars in there that we'd like to transfer. Thus, between those 2 projects, we're asking for the $2.3 million appropriation for this.
Dr. Warren?
Yes, sir. It is a request for same 9 minutes.
No, I think his question was, is there a reason for same 9 minutes? Why?
I'm sorry. So the work over at the Cobblestone Restoration is actively going at this point. What we don't want is our contractor to demobilize. So there's work that's currently being actively done now. We would like the contract to be in place, and we're also working with obviously in regards to the level of the Mississippi River as well as weather. So we're challenged with those two. So with that, we ask for your consideration.
Councilwoman Johnson.
When did you discover that you needed additional costs? Because you've already started the project.
Yes, so I would actually like to hand out, where's Mr. Dearborn? So what's being handed out is basically a 6-slide presentation of the project as a whole. So the project basically is restoration of the cobblestones. It was started back in 2020. And it was working fairly well. The construction was going well until we hit October of last year, where we had a really low water level of the Mississippi River. I would ask you to focus on, I think, page 2, which kind of illustrate what the revetment that was installed prior to the Mississippi going low. And page 4 of that presentation or that slide shows what it is now after the river was lowered and then compromised the revetments that were installed. So it was effectively, to answer your question, we knew it back in October of last year, roughly.
And you're just coming now asking for the funds?
Yes, ma'am, because this is grant-funded project, so we had to make sure that the state was in line with what our process was regarding this. So there was some due diligence that we needed to do on the front end before we can ask for additional money.
Boy, it takes a lot of red tape to get something done sometimes, doesn't it? But it seems to me a whole year, past a year, in this circumstance, that's excessive. And I guess you got us up against a wall. The project is caving in other words, until you get it correct. So does it look like that today?
Yes, ma'am. So page 4 of that slide, the way it's illustrated right now, that's the field condition as is.
Could y'all have anticipated this would have happened?
No, ma'am. So last year we had a low Mississippi River level. In fact, this year is even lower than last year's. So, I mean, to anticipate something like that, very difficult.
Okay. I thank you, Mr. Man. Okay. That may be in need of a discussion, but I'm assuming, we got to assume everybody's telling the truth when they walk in. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No, we appreciate your questions, inquiries. I know Dr. Warren's in the queue, I believe, and then Chairman Jones.
So it seems that the issue has got to be with how low the Mississippi River went, and that caused us to have to take the cobblestones lower and the construction lower. Is that correct?
Actually, the revetment that was initially installed prior to October of 2022 was intended to basically control the erosion along that cobblestone embankment. Unfortunately, the river, nobody anticipated the river going that low, and then it undermined the soil underneath that revetment, which then caused the revetment to fail. And so the ask for these dollars is intended to stabilize the revetment.
Okay, so I think the thing that we need to probably understand as a council is this is a climate change issue, and it's got to do with the difference in the levels of the Mississippi River. And when it went down low, what we did as a repair wasn't good enough because it was so low it undermined the repair that we were trying to do. Had that water remained up, then we would not have had that erosion to occur. Is that correct?
And you have to understand there's also the historic component of this. So, when we did the process of design, the state was heavily involved. We got grant funds, but there was also the historic side.
So we had to
when
make it cobblestone.
Yeah, so when you restore it at a historic level, there's some minimum standards whereby you're not allowed to make any significant changes. And as Manny said, there are a lot of variables that affected the undermining, right? The lot of changed conditions that, like we mentioned a second ago, that have affected this that no one would have been able to foresee.
So I guess my question is, let's look forward to this where we are now. What happens if the river drops even lower than it is? Okay, what is that going to do to what we're doing as far as restoration? And do you have a backup plan for that?
Yes, sir. So part of the due diligence that I spoke with earlier was determining, okay, well, we know what's happened. The Mississippi River has gone lower. What sort of design can we then implement to anticipate further lowering of the river? So what the design team came up with anticipated additional lower levels. So we presented that to the state. Hopefully they give us a heads up and give us a thumbs up on the current design as is, adding in sheet piling to anticipate those. And that's what we're intending to proceed with.
So this current design is looking at even worse conditions and trying to prepare for that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. So I'm confused by this. When I think about erosion, I think about erosion caused by water. It seemed to me, and I don't have any background. You all are the experts and hire people who are knowledgeable about this, but it's incumbent upon you to explain it to us. It appeared that a lower river level would allow the work to be done and we wouldn't have these issues. It helped me understand why a lower river level would aggravate what we're looking at here and cause this type of this issue that we're facing now.
So, there's a lot of things that have happened and were discovered through this construction of the cobblestones. For one, the cobblestones, we discovered there were more cobblestones than we originally thought. They extended further out, right? So that was one thing that happened that we were not aware of and changed conditions that affected what we needed to do. We've also had...
When you say further out, you're saying what would be... when the water levels are higher, they are not exposed.
Exactly.
But when the water goes down, they are exposed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, they were buried, silted over. They're just things that we didn't see because of, you couldn't access them and didn't have the information. We do bathymetric surveying, which a boat goes over and pings sonar, but it was, again, we didn't know how far the cobblestones extended into the Wolf River Harbor.
Okay.
So we learned that. And then we've had now the lowest river level of record 2 years in a row. This year, it was lower by a foot than it was previous record. So we've had the lowest Mississippi River on record for the last 2 years running. So those, what does that mean? So erosion can happen for various reasons. It can happen when water runs across the surface, right? And you see that more commonly. It creates those rills and valleys, and as you see, that's more typical erosion from a high erosion material. Now, but what happens in these cases when you have a lot of silt and sediment in the river, and what happens is as the water recedes, there is the groundwater you can't see is there along with it, and it will start moving along with the hydraulic movement of the river and pulling itself out. It'll hydraulically force or like a suction cup, to suction the groundwater along with it. And when it does, those soils that are very hydraulically unstable, they're very liquid as it is now, they just erode. And you have this heavy weight. So if you put your weight on top of top of mud, what happens? It displaces the mud. It forces it out. The same kind of principle happens when you're doing this work and we're adding the revetments and they're a little more stiffer because the way they're designed, that just allows that soil to move with that water, and that causes that displacement, and that causes it to fail.
Okay, so am I understanding this correctly to say that this is more revetment that's required?
Yes. Well, he's talking about putting sheet piles in. So if you imagine what sheet piling is, they drive in these steel sheets to a depth to try to get more rigidity and to kind of hold that surface up and keep things from moving in unanticipated ways. So it's a combination of those two factors.
Okay. So to date, from all sources, how much has been spent on this cobblestone project?
So currently, it's roughly about $8 million. Roughly about 9.4 million.
About 9.4?
Yes, sir.
What was the original budgeted amount?
That was the original budgeted amount.
Okay, and so this 2.3 is on top of that?
That is correct.
Plus an additional 6.
And the 2.3 that is being asked for the appropriation tonight would also serve as a match towards additional grant that we had submitted to the state. And that is the total of $8 million.
Okay, and so we are, if nothing else changes, what will be the total amount of funds expended on this project?
Combined, roughly 18 to 19 million.
Okay. So we spent 9 already, 2, and then another 6 gets us to that 18.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. What happens if we leave it alone? We don't do anything.
So that was an option presented to the state, and the response that we received from the state is that that is not a satisfactory solution.
What does that mean?
That they will not allow for a no work, a no repair option. So hence, we are partnering with them to make sure that the funding exists.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. So I guess my question is more aligned. If we say we're not gonna do anything, we can better use whatever we're spending, additional 2.3 to do some things in the community. What will they do to us? Because they can tell us it's not satisfactory, but that doesn't really.
We have to pay back, yeah.
How much money have they paid us?
So roughly, the grant in itself, as it originally stated, is 9.4 million. So roughly 7 million that we would be in the hook for, because we've had the match of 2 million from the original contract.
Okay.
I was just going to add that, it's in an unstable condition. It could continue to deteriorate. So, I understand what you're saying. There's better see a higher use of the funds. So, but that's another reason why the state is advocating for restoration to where designed. Because if it don't, then it may continue to fail and worsen conditions. So, they want it to be stabilized and done in accordance with what was determined.
Y'all working well together today. Councilwoman Logan Johnson, and then Warren.
All right, thank you, and thank y'all for bringing this morning. But it's a lot to digest in just a short amount of time, and I would ask that anything this detailed and complicated we get prior to, so we can call you and talk about it and get our answers and everything. But nevertheless, I'm gonna be misengineered this morning, I guess. But I wanted to know. Were we mandated to have this work done due to safety reasons, or was it cosmetic, or did we want to just add to the beautification of the river, or is there a safety problem?
I just wanted to get some clarity on her question. So and let me know if I'm wrong. I'm wrong a lot. It sounds like it started off as cosmetic, but once we took the grant funds from the state, at that point it became essentially mandatory unless we want to pay the state back $7 million.
Yeah, there's a long line of history on this project. As many has alluded to, this project's been going on a long time. There was a lot of plans that went into early on, the decision to reevaluate and consider the cobblestone landing from a historic perspective.
Okay.
So it's the historic legacy of it was that obviously it had a value. It did so much for the city to grow to what it was.
Okay.
And the condition of it was such that there was a concern that it just wasn't gonna. It needed to be, rehabilitated. Let's say this for lack of a better word. So there was about a time that went into study it. There, like I mentioned, the National Environmental Protection Act was involved because there's a historic component of it that because of that. So all this was incorporated into that. So aesthetics is kind of it.
How it started.
And then it's a legacy as well.
Yeah.
And so, and we were able to leverage a high amount of federal funds because of the historic nature and what it represents. So it was seen as a positive opportunity. It is utilized pretty heavily. Obviously, Memphis Riverboats utilizes it as the base of their operations. There is a plan to relocate them and bring in a new project at the bottom of the cobblestone landings for some barges, dining. There is a plan that will also harness that opportunity with more economic development. It's underway. We got so Congressman Cohen got a $4 million grant to fund this project, and then there's $4 million in private funding going towards that. So there's now a lot of things happening that should make it a really attractive amenity for our city because there is a lot of activity along the river because Tomley Park, the Memphis Riverboats is right there, and then the Beale Street Landing project is
Okay, so I understand now. It started out as historical preservation. It's Memphis, the cobblestones, let's fix it up. And it was a certain amount of money to do that. Previous council member said, okay, yeah, we want to do that. And time progressed, money was and you got the money from the federal government. So now we're at, okay, it's taking more money than we thought. Now climate change has happened. So is it now a safety issue or is it still cosmetic, just gonna need some more money? We're just, so, you know, if you could explain just that. I know the historical part and I know that, but where are we right now? Because you mentioned, and I do understand if this is the case, that because the water has receded, now there's erosion there and it's exposed, does that pose a safety issue in itself?
So before you answer that question, I just want to make sure we have a foundational understanding where we are. At this point, where we are is either we add an additional $2 million and finish our essentially obligation. And if we do not finish our obligation, the state's going to say, hey, we want $7 million back. So the question is $2 million or $7 million? It's real simple.
Yeah, it's simple, but I want to understand how we got here so we won't get here again.
It is, I mean, the question
council's better act
is it unsafe?
For the new council members, and as we go into the next time, we got to keep asking questions because it sounds like it start off as aesthetics,
right?
And then some type of historical obligation there. They say, okay, let's make it pretty. And then at that point, we took money from the state. The state said, well, you better finish the project, or you're going to pay us the $7 million back.
And
so the council has to keep asking questions.
It's not necessarily safety, but
it's not at this point.
Okay.
I mean, it's not the best condition because it's failed.
Okay.
And you would in this condition it could continue to deteriorate. So it's you're basically you're already in for this amount. You know, you're going to have to finish it out and bring.
And I don't want to pay the state anything anyway, so there's that.
But we're only doing the $2 million.
I think you already answered Dr. Warren's question. You want to go ahead and ask your question again?
I think that what we're forgetting is the reason we're doing this is to stabilize the bank of the river so it doesn't continue to erode and Riverside Drive doesn't fall into the Mississippi River and everything that we've got built down there doesn't gradually erode. And the cobblestones are one way that our founding fathers did that, and we decided it was also a good way to continue to do that. Is that correct, yes or no?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Riverside Drive is not falling to the Mississippi.
But I mean, if you don't stabilize this, it will.
Yeah, remember, lots changed since the time the cobblestones were actually done. The Riverside Drive is much higher up, but again, there's a lot of reasons that went into this project.
Yeah, let's not make it something it's not.
Again, a lot of this predates even me as director. I mean, some of these projects go a long time back.
All right, so we're running behind schedule because I think a lot of people are here for the other item. But Councilwoman Johnson, and I'm not going to look to my left and my right, and we're just going to go ahead and take a vote on it. My apologies, council members. Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes. My question is, from when the project began, has the diameter, the distance of the subject size changed, which the federal government paid for? You know, has anything changed size-wise when you looked at so many feet? Has the size changed?
Yes, so there is some modification that had taken place, as Robert indicated, that when the river level lowered, it exposed additional cobblestones, which we weren't anticipating in the front end.
Okay, so why will the state be making us liable for that? Look like if they realized that they would be contributing to this additional cost.
And they are.
Okay, so you haven't said that.
that we did apply. I mean, part of this dollars is going to be used towards the matching funds, towards the grant that we've submitted for additional funding.
Okay.
Hence the additional $8 million, this 2.3 would go towards that.
Okay, so we need an $8 million in order to do the corrective work?
That is correct, yes.
A bulk of the funding is coming from the state. But I think we have to go back to, from our standpoint, $2 million?
Okay.
Or give the state $7 million.
Okay, that's true. But my thing is, we know too that more could be exposed in the near future. So what's going to happen then? So you have to come to a point where you're going to stop, you know, some engineering factor implemented and said, this is as far as we're going to go with the cobblestone. We can't go all the way down. You know, it can keep on getting lower and lower. Then what are you going to do?
Well, I pray that we don't get to that point.
I know, but I'm just saying this, you didn't think this 2 years ago, but I'm just saying it has to be a stopping point, and it has to be somewhere you can create a border that will then end the cobblestones and then let the water or the natural bank take place.
Yes, ma'am. So part of the design, the installation of the sheet piling is what we currently anticipate the limit should be.
Okay, why didn't you not use it the first time on the first
Because we didn't
design?
experience the low water level of the Mississippi like we did last year.
Significant, like record breaking.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I hope that you have all your questions asked. If not, get with either director at some point in time. We're going to take a vote on this item. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. One abstention. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you all. Item number 1. All right. Item number 1, a sewer ordinance discussion. All council districts requested by the committee as a whole. And Director Connect, the floor is yours. Jonathan, Director Connect is trying to get your attention.
These people are opposed to the sewage thing, but they're out in the county. I don't know, these may be city people.
For the record, Robert Connect, Public Works Director. Thank you. And I wanted to, everybody should have a copy of this. So let's see here. Is it Control F? What's full screen? Control F? No? Is it Control what?
You want me to control it?
You can. If you want to. Is it full screen? There it is. No, don't. Thank you. So thank you. So we are going to talk about, where we are with regards to what the city has identified and what we're talking about today. So the agenda I have is going to basically explain our current and projected expenditures for the city of Memphis, what some projected expenditures would be for serving unincorporated Shelby County, and then what does that mean, impacts and opportunities to the city of Memphis, and then a summary. So I want to go back in time and kind of show you pre-Memphis 3.0, what was the vision for Shelby County. And so on this slide here, slide 3, you'll see Memphis then and Memphis the Reserve. And you'll also see Arlington Reserve, Bartlett Reserve, Millington Reserve, Collierville Reserve. This was the plan that was, worked out through all discussions and intermediate and working together to decide how each municipality would be allowed to go. And the key thing to notice here in this discussion is this big green area, this shaded green, which we call Grace Creek, Marys Creek Basin in the sewer. And why is that important? You'll understand later when I talk about, what we've done and what we are planning to do and how that changed. But this is just a good reference. So what are we doing in our sewer fund that will help Memphis grow? So we embarked several years ago on an extensive master planning strategy, which incorporated hydraulic modeling to help us identify what we needed to do for projected growth for Memphis. we already knew we had some issues. Fletcher Creek is a prime example where we had capacity limitations that forced us to hold development without some contingency. And that contingency became offline storage. So a lot of developments proceeded, but they had to build the underground tanks, put in a system in there to pump offline, pump the flow at a certain time of day when flow was capable of handling it in the system. So we've been through that process while we do our own work. So, but you can see now that we've identified what we want to do on the north watershed and the southwest watershed based on the actions of our master planning. So we need to spend, just in the north watershed, about $216 to $338 million over the future to invest in our system there. On the south watershed, which is basically Poplar Avenue. So if you look at Poplar Avenue as a dividing line of the city, most of the flow on north of Poplar all goes to Stiles, the North Treatment Plant. Everything kind of south of Poplar flows to Maxon, which is down there in Pigeon Industrial Park. So you're looking at another $300 to $390 million for the south watershed. So you're looking at $500 million to $728 million that the city's going to need to spend and invest, generally in upgrading conveyance, which is our pipelines, adding storage tanks, and then new pump stations and force mains. So that just gives you a scope for what we're going to spend on our sewer fund. But, and I also want to give you just an overview. What is that north conveyance? This is not the entirety of it because I've truncated part of it, but you can see all the way that our system actually goes way out there to this is 385 and 64, and it works this way. These are the main conveyances down here on existing Grace Creek, where it ultimately flows to Wolf River, and the Wolf River, basically follows the Wolf River. That's why we call it the Wolf River system. And works all the way around I-240 and ultimately down here by DeWitt, Spain, and then to our North Treatment Plant. So this just giving people a scope and how big our system is, because you got to remember, our collection system is 3,200 miles. We have one of the largest collection systems in the region. So we also have two of the largest treatment plants in the region. So what do we have to do to invest in our treatment plants? Both of our treatment plants are almost 50 years old. They need to be upgraded. They need to be, these work that needs to be done. There's things that have happened over time. So since this discussion here is about Grace Creek, where Grace Creek flows to Stiles, we're going to focus a lot on what we're talking about we need to do for Stiles. So you've seen this. I presented this as part of my regular capital budget for the sewer fund, but we need to address biosolids. We have huge challenges with biosolids. No one cares what that means, but it's just a challenge because it's going to be expensive. We have to fix it. We have to invest in peak flow storage, and so we have to modernize the plants. $400 million we think we're going to have to spend. That's kind of our estimate. Just as also a reminder, what is the Stiles? Who does it serve? I said the areas north of the city of Memphis and north of Poplar. We also serve all of Bartlett. We also serve parts of Germantown, parts of Lakeland, and parts of Millington right now. Stiles is permitted for 135 million gallons a day per flow. That's a design standard that was when we built and constructed it. You had to get it permitted by the state of Tennessee. Both of our plants have permits issued to us that regulate what we can discharge to the Mississippi River. Our typical flow is 80 MGD. However, there are times when we are 180 to 225 MGD. What does that mean? It means we can treat it, we can move that much flow, but we can't treat it to this regulatory standard. We are challenged under those conditions, and I'm not going to get into the reasons of that, but it basically happens when the Mississippi River is high. Now, if we were to allow unincorporated Shelby County to develop in a certain way, like the outline that we had originally thought, 18 MGD to 45 MGD of additional flow would be necessary. And based on our growth that we want, we would be maximizing the permitted side of Stiles, so we would have to upgrade and re-permit the facility by the state if we were to exceed that 135 MGD, and that peak flow and those other factors would eventually cause that, so there would be cost. That's where you'll see in the next slide what that means. So Maxon, we're currently underway, $325 million invested. It'll be done in 2026, 2027. And remember, these are long-time projects as well, and I'll explain what that means. So, what is the history of this location pre-Memphis 3.0? You've seen some information shared with you And why are we talking about Grays Creek and Mary's Creek to some degree, mostly Grays Creek? What was the rationale for some of this, and why is there even sewer there now? So as I told you early on, as part of the city's growth plan many years ago, we started extending sewers out into these reserve areas because in order to serve those areas, you have to have sewer first. That sewer is always first when it comes to annexation. So we just started construction. We had some ideas and that we were going to construct. Some systems were already out there, some smaller systems, and some other systems were planned, but there was a lot going to happen over the next decade to allow all those mainline interceptors to be installed, and that includes Mary's Creek. But there was a cost. Now, these costs that I'm showing you now are not the time that we started, because we actually, discontinued our sewer extensions out there in 2015 and 2016, and of course the policy came into effect in 2017. But you can see, based on the amount of sewers that need to be installed, the backbone, these are backbone systems, not all the sewers. You're looking at $220 to $300 million of additional costs that would need to be invested out there to allow the full development or more development. And this does not include, these costs don't include what the cities would have to include in its collection system. This is just in this section of unincorporated Shelby County. So what is then the total cost if the unincorporated Shelby County East, that section is developed? So you're looking at the cost of extensions. You're looking at the cost of the system upgrades, which primarily upgrades in Wolf River, the interceptor system, the downstream system, and then again those peak flows and the cost of our treatment. So you're looking at $90 to $180 million. So total, you're looking at $410 million to $680 million based on the growth plan and everything that was established for that area. So that's again a lot of the reasons why we stopped the expansion as well. There's monumental cost, and a lot of this we became more aware of as we did the master planning, because we didn't have this level of awareness of what was going on with our sewer system. We didn't understand until we've done this level of effort. So just again, big picture, what is the total cost for Memphis for it to grow? The collection system, treatment plants. You're looking at $1.2 to $1.5 billion the city's going to need to invest in its treatment and collection system in the future to meet our growth needs. And then you're talking about someone that's going to have to pay for the cost to extend sewers in unincorporated Shelby County, and then again those costs added to the total. If the city sewer fund is be required to pay that, you're looking at 1.6, 1.7 to $2 billion. So. What's the loss in opportunity cost? This is, of course, important to realize as well, and I'm almost done. I appreciate your patience, but I want to just cover some importance. Why are those sewers in Grays Creek there? They are there because of our growth plan. And if you look at these sewer extensions were predicated solely as part of a plan to annex. And if you look at all the plats and recorded plats out there, every one of these have this language in here, whereby this, every owner who accepted and every developer who constructed put this requirement in there where you agree to be annexed because we provided sewer. The downside of this is that service provision is one-sided, because it takes, you have to build all this. You have to spend millions and millions of dollars to get this system out there before you start receiving any revenue. So your payback period is heavily influenced by the costs to get it and the time it takes for customers to pay and come online. And again, any services outside your boundary consume capacity for your own development. So so the other opportunity costs, again, we are constantly involved in discussions about growth in the city, which is direct revenue to the city of Memphis, both commercially, residentially, and industrially. We currently have 32,000 developable parcels of land in the city of Memphis. So obviously we want to focus on that opportunity. So if you since we're talking this HBA projection of 5,000 residential lots, what does that mean in opportunity for Memphis? You're talking almost $12 to $13.5 million in annual taxes paid based on some general ranges of property appraisals. And then this is just a good idea to explain, okay, so if you spend this kind of money in this area, what does it take to pay back the city over 20 years? So in order to recoup the cost of these investments over 20 years using some net present worth valuations, you're talking, you need 35,331 new services at $410 million and almost 60,000 at $680 million. So, and then it just kind of gives you an idea what the costs are, and if you only did, what's the cost at 5,000 homes, not at 35,000. So summary, the cost of Memphis to extend sewers to unincorporated Shelby County, plus upgrading the city's own capacity, be very costly to the system ratepayers. The majority are Memphis residents. The time needed to construct for unincorporated areas is 10 to 20 years. So we can't meet the timeline that's kind of been identified for HBA and MAR for their growth projections. Existing Grays Creek system does not have capacity for those projected growth. Current ratepayers would need to invest hundreds of millions of dollars up front, which would take decades, if at all, for Memphis sewer system to recoup. Our neighboring cities, which are also in proximity, are not being asked to expand or extend their systems. And that is it. I'll be glad to take any questions.
So, for me, I know there's a lot of council members who have inquiries. What I would like to see, just make it simple, like a chart saying here's the benefits us implementing this ordinance, and here's the the disadvantages of us implementing this ordinance. I see some summaries, but I need to see it, a dollar sign attached to it. That's for me. I'm gonna speak for me. I'm not sure I'm ready to take a vote on this. I tell Chief Ryan all the time, I like a good argument. And I say it to a lot of people, I like a good argument. So I think Councilwoman Swearingen Washington would love someone who's opposed to this ordinance to come speak to it. I know there's a lot of y'all here. You select among yourselves who's gonna come present. And I love, my law professor used to say brevity.
Well, let me add one thing.
Go ahead.
So I've had many discussions about the change, the codification, the sewer use ordinance prior to this. I was requested to present this information.
Absolutely.
The sewer use, what we're doing to the sewer use ordinance, remember this, we are just basically saying that in order for us to serve a customer who's not inside the city limits, you have to have a contract. Mm-hmm. That's what it says. So Bartlett, all of our contractual obligations are met. So the change just basically says, hey, if anybody's going to be served, we have to have a contractual agreement between those parties to be served. So that's what the main change in the sewer use ordinance it says. The fact that we're not extending sewers is a policy decision. This may codify it, but only in the fact that we can do it with a contract.
So I'm just gonna read the applicable portion of the ordinance so that all council members are aware. The extension of sanitary sewer services and new connections to the city's sanitary sewer system for residential, commercial, and industrial developments located in unincorporated Shelby County shall not be permitted except as legally required based on an existing contractual obligation of the city or equitable consideration determined in the city's sole discretion. The burden of proof shall be upon the developer or the owner of the property to support the city's approval of such extension or new connection. So that's the language that matters. And go ahead, please state your name, affiliation, and address for the record. Mike, if it's green.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dedrick Britnam. My address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229 in Memphis, zip code 38116. I represent a number of property owners in unincorporated Shelby County and others. And just as opening comments.
Who's with you?
Yeah, I'm going to introduce Mr. Mike Ritz.
I'm also a citizen of Memphis. I'm here to sort of provide some background and other information, if that's all right with the council.
An address for the record.
Excuse me.
Address.
1045 Lansdowne Manor Lane.
Go ahead.
38117.
Brevity.
First of all, I would like to remind the council persons that we shared some information with you today. I'd like you to take that, but I think it's incumbent to respond a little bit to what the director said, and I'll have to do this with 5 minutes of preparation because we asked for this information and it wasn't provided.
I mean, I'm not sure the council is going to be ready to vote today anyway, so.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
That's fine. We would like to point out that our proposal, as you see it, represents 500 homes a year 5,000 homes over a period of 10 years. As the director pointed out, all of the costs that he's identified take about 60,000 new homes to pay for. We're not asking for any new money from the city to do anything to develop in Grace Creek, not a dime. All the development, all the pipelines out there will be paid for by the developers, and that's been the case for years. In fact, most of the Grace Creek development was an agreement between the county of Shelby and Memphis about 15 years ago to enable development to occur out there. The fact that the agreements that the director pointed out were annexation related really ought to give you all some comfort. You don't have to annex any of this, and quite frankly, I believe, and most of us believe, it's to the city's benefit to not annex this. You get incredible benefits from development outside the city of Memphis, just letting the developers spend their money to develop the sewer system. If a developer goes out there and builds a subdivision, he pays for everything that goes into the development. And he pays a connection fee to the Director of Public Works, $3,385 a lot, just to connect to the sewer system. There are overrides available or required of development in the Grace Creek area, which we don't have. We've asked the director for, we haven't been able to get that information. There are also property taxes that will endure to the city of Memphis forever from that property out there, and here's how that works. $2.07 of the county's tax rate goes to schools. Schools. Memphis and Shelby, the Memphis-Shelby County system gets 77% of that money. If all these homes are built out there, we anticipate that the annual property tax to schools will be $11,475,000 a year, every single year to the school system. I've read, and I know, knowing several of you, you all want to help the school system. You could help the school system greatly by approving development outside the city of Memphis. I know that doesn't sound right on first blush, but it is in fact the case. And there are also, during the construction, there's sales tax and other things that are benefiting.
Mr. Ritz,
So,
hate to cut you off, not really. Could you, I'm just trying to figure out, why is this language problematic? It seems, because what I'm trying to figure out is, if you're doing development, and I don't do development, if you're doing development and you're trying to connect to the city's sewer system, don't you enter into a contract with the city anyway? Why is the language problematic? Make it simple for me.
the implication of the ordinance and the impact of the current mayor's policy is nothing has been approved, nothing, since 2017. The mayor adopted, as he can, a policy.
So it seems like you're more concerned with this administration's policy as opposed to the language of the ordinance.
We are anxious to work with the new mayor to see what we can do in that regard.
Okay, so, if I was inclined to say, some of my intentions were to move to table this, until January 1. And
I don't think he'll be ready on January 1, but yes, we would appreciate having it tabled or deferred. I don't know what your processes are, Mr. Chairman.
So we can't move the table at this point since it's downstairs. I'm gonna be very direct. I want you to continue your presentation if you so choose. But my intentions when we go downstairs will be moved to table this item until someone on this particular body brings it up. It seems like there's some information that you all want, and I think Director Connect is ready. So make a good argument. But it's gonna be my intention downstairs, when we get downstairs, to table this item until someone else on this body brings it back up. It seems like Director Connect is ready with all this information. And one thing I want from Director Connect, I just want to see numbers. I want to know if the city of Memphis is losing out on the financial standpoint, or if if this is a bad deal for us to do. But the language doesn't seem to be problematic to me, but maybe there's something I'm missing. If there's some more information you all can
Mr.
give to
Chairman,
the council. Go
if I
ahead.
may, what you've missed is a lot of this area decided to de-annex from Memphis. So they were paying city taxes. Like I said the last time, a lot of the subdivisions out there marketed themselves as no city taxes. They wanted something for free. They sold it. The Memphis Area Association of Realtors, the developers, had big signs in unincorporated parts of Shelby County saying no city taxes. As Mr. Connect indicated, you invest hundreds of millions of dollars to get sewer lines laid out there. Who pays for that? Memphians paid for that. So the agreement typically with that, and this is the same discussion that I had when I was on the school board, talking about taxes, talking about the whole relationship between the city and the county, and this whole annexation deal. For years, Memphis has subsidized the growth of this county. We're looking at another situation right now when we look at flooding, overflow, and this is dealing with sewers, but we have another, we have another drainage system. We had a sanitary system, and what's the other one called, Mr. Connect?
Storm drain.
And the storm drain. So when we talk about flooding, we talked about, and I go back, when I left home in 1986, everything past the Hickory Ridge Mall was nothing but woods. Winchester was one lane in each direction. Where Prospect was, Ms. Ware to Washington, when we were growing up and we used to go to Prospect, it was one lane in each direction. But you know who paid for most of the development of it? From a sewer standpoint? Memphians. So part of the agreement, folks, is that they pay back that hundreds of millions that we invest over time. Well, if there wasn't such a push some time ago, and where were you all when you said we wanted to when going to the state, you were saying we wanted to de-annex from Memphis. Those who had the ability to pay the most didn't and pulled out of Memphis. So when we talk about Mr. Connect, what Mr. Connect presented is to maintain and keep it up to standards, we got to spend $600 million. If we bring this on, we're talking about additional funds taking us in the billions of dollars to do so. So unless we're looking at a proposition, the math is already there. As folks say today, the math ain't mathing for Memphis to be doing this for our benefit. I understand overall Shelby County benefit, and I go back, you know how much the mayor and I agree upon. Not much. But if you go back and read that email that he sent to us, he makes a very cogent argument of why this is not good for Memphis. Nobody on this body is elected by people out there. I would even, Mr. Ritz, Mr. Brittenham, have you all gone to Shelby County government, who is responsible for unincorporated Shelby County, to ask them to do this?
Yes.
And what was the answer? And what was the cause?
By the chair. Go.
Can I answer? Okay. Yes, we have. And Councilman, with all due respect, the arrangement between the city and the county since 1978 was the city would treat the sewage. The city would treat the sewage. The county got out of the sewer business because of those agreements. There is plenty of capacity in the North Treatment Plant for 5,000 new homes, a rather modest number in the scheme of things. And there is no requirement for the city of Memphis to spend one dime to help get it done.
But Mr. Ritz, respectfully, we have to spend money to maintain a 50-year-old system now. And so when we're saying, colleagues, what we're saying where new money is going, should new money go to repair a $50 million system, or should it go to extend one that's out there where it takes us a long time?
Quite frankly, sir, I think you'd be wise to get as much new development as you could to pay for the old system.
Okay, so one at a time, but to be fair, Councilman Jones is making a good argument, but also, for the general public, I'm going to read Mayor Strickland's email, and I think it's somewhat persuasive. Dear council members, tomorrow you have the sewer ordinance set for third reading. The ordinance affects the unincorporated parts of Shelby County. I think this is what Director Connect was getting at too. For decades before 2008, Memphis extended the sewer service beyond city limits, waited until areas were developed and then annexed them. About 10 years ago, the state changed the annexation laws and effectively terminated annexations. In addition, the state and the county eliminated city zoning authority for land 3 miles outside the city limits. If our authority ends at our city limits, our responsibility should also end at the city limits. While our administration has addressed you on this issue, and I have discussed it with some of you, I wanted to briefly review with you why the city should not extend any sewer services beyond our current service. After I finish reading this email, I'm going to end this discussion. And, my intention, I was going to table it, but I do want it to come back before this body on a date certain. I think the date is going to be February 20 of 2024, because I don't want it to be a situation where we table it and we don't have this issue come before this body. Again, I think it's an important issue the council has to decide. So let me finish reading the email from Mayor Strickland. First, there is probably no city in the country that extends sewers beyond their borders. We know that Arlington and Collierville do not, despite the fact that they are closer to the unincorporated areas nearest Blue Oval City. The area opponents claim to want to serve with homes. It appears that the opponents of this ordinance have not even asked these cities for sewer services, despite the fact that some of them reside or have their offices in those cities. Second, we need to prioritize Memphis residents. As Director Connect has explained, and will do so again tomorrow, we have limited capacity in our system. I believe that what capacity we have must be used for Memphis residents and businesses. As Memphis 3.0 has codified, we must build up, not out. Third, in our history, when we focus on sprawl and development outside the city, Memphis loses population. Between 1980 and 2010, 120,000 people moved out of Memphis, an average of 40,000 per decade. His email's pretty long, y'all. I'm gonna skip to point 4. Fourth, our taxes will go up and debt will increase. Historically, when the city extended sewers and waited for the area to be developed before annexing it, the county had to improve roads and build schools and fire stations. The county raised taxes and incurred new debt, way beyond any new revenue paid by the new homes. And as we know, Memphians are 2/3 of the county taxpayers. I think that's the point that Councilman Jones makes. And I'm going to end with, well, I'm read all points then, I guess. Fifth, we have plenty of available lots already in Shelby County. Opponents of the ordinance have told me that we need 20,000 new homes in Shelby County for Blue Oval City employees. Please remember that there will be about 8,000 new jobs at Blue Oval. 6, if East wants sewers and the other added costs, let them incorporate as a city and pay for these improvements themselves. Thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions and need any clarity, please let me know. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate the robust discussion, you all. I'm letting you all know my intentions. I'm going to wait and allow Councilman Carlisle, then I'm going to conclude. Is there any other questions? All right, no questions from this body. Councilman Carlisle and Jones. Pretty good argument today.
He knows it.
He's feeling good about it too.
Yeah, I feel like Mayor Strickland really put his lawyer hat on for that. I leaned over to Jones. It's like, I don't think he would have sent it if he didn't think it was a good argument. This has been fun these last 2 months. My phone has been blowing up. I often joke, honestly, about the consolidation commentary, but this is like one of those prime examples of if you consolidated the government and had the urban services district and the general services district. I see Mr. White over there from the chamber. I haven't heard from the chamber on this, but I'd be curious to know what their position is. Solves all these issues. The hard part is that you do have a dead piece of capacity. I remember sitting down with Rick Masson talking about the days of the sewer extensions and roads to nowhere. But the reality is we spend a lot of time talking about being a regional hub. And that's the difficulty Memphis finds itself in, is that, yes, we are confined like St. Louis and Atlanta, where our MSA is much larger than our actual population and footprint. And almost every piece of GDP runs through Memphis, whether it's Rail River Road or runway. And we, at times, have been taken advantage of, and I think that's a fair argument. But ultimately, we would be foolish, I think, to stick our heads in the sand and not take a larger regional picture. Things like supporting a compact would be important for us. We ask about the county, about why they don't support sewers, but we don't, obviously I've been very clear on my position about funding city schools. We don't talk to them. I'm happy that no one's asked us about why we aren't issuing bonds for the Med. And that goes for the state of Mississippi and Arkansas who utilize Regional 1. So it's a very complex issue. I recognize, again, that the administration has had a lot of time and energy into understanding the legal cases, Judge Norris's ruling, which I don't even know if it's going to be appealed. But this landed on our desk. I think we've had 2 briefings in 4 years. And there's about 40 years of contextual history that goes into this. If you really talk to some of the old dogs out there, no offense to anybody, but that's, when you go talk to Jack Sammons and Rick Masson and some of these, and John Pontius, and some of these individuals that were around when all of this work was happening.
Only the one that's hit will holler, though.
I say it with all due respect, all due respect. And I'll wrap my comments up, which is, this is a very important issue. There is a lot of economic development going on in the region, and it needs to directly benefit the city, but there's also going to be a lot of indirect benefit. We need to be careful. I will say this, and my colleagues may disagree or say, you know, to hell with them, but the reality is that the state government, from when I was growing up to where they are now, has completely changed in the manner in which they operate and in the relationship with county and local municipalities. They are not the state government of the 20th century. They are much more involved in what we do. And that goes with funding and et cetera. So the last thing that I want to do before the General Assembly convenes is do something that could be interpreted as hostile or us not understanding the economic development opportunity of the region when they do have a $5 billion investment 45 minutes away from here. Whether we benefit or not, that's their perspective. And so I'd much rather go up hand in hand with county officials, Memphis officials, and the chamber and say, we have a capacity issue. We have a service line issue. How do we tackle this together to make sure that your $5 billion investment receives the maximum benefit to the region, and that the citizens of Memphis also can share in that? We want to be partners. And so I think that is the prudent maneuver. I don't think anything is going to happen between October 25th and February that is going to be so cataclysmic that taking a little extra time and going when General Assembly is in session and getting feedback is going to hurt us. So that's my position, is to be very diligent and prudent, because I think that this is going to be viewed as a hostile act. And that's just my humble opinion. With that, I yield the floor.
Now, you know I don't care what the state says, but he make,
they take away the airport authority.
but he makes a good point. So I'm going to move. My intention, again, to be clear, downstairs, I'm going to move to hold this item until February 20th, 2024. And hopefully the city leaders and the county leaders and all those in the room help us lean on the state officials to figure out what impact this will have on the city of Memphis in brevity.
We support the hold.
I would ask Director Connect, the way he's looking at me tells me he doesn't like the position.
I'm at the will of the body, so I
Absolutely.
do as what the will of the body asks.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Councilman Ford. I mean, you are.
No. What I'm saying, that was during my time. I'm an old dog, okay?
Sorry.
Especially Graves Creek, all of the rest. You know what has always happened? The county and then the people, when we try to annex and do different things, we bring it into effect. Once we do that, they want to get out of it. Okay? The county, like you said, they gave up everything. They give it all up. That's during last, when I was elected before, that was back in 2000, okay? The county didn't want to pay for anything. School system, okay? We tried to give it to them, and some kind of way they done put him back in front of it. We need to go back to the county. Let's connect. Make sure we go to county, and we need to force them to take care of some of these things that we're taking care of, because they're always trying to put the debt on us. And that's on not only this, but everything. They always say, we don't want to be part of it. So why not? They collect city and county taxes from everybody in this city, so they need to come to that plate. But that's always been the problem with the county. We need to go over there and tell some of those commissioners, hey, make sure that they're part of everything that we do, because they got all them millions of dollars that they're putting in places that they should not. They need to kind of help us along the way. And you got a few of them over there to help them try to do that, and then send that to Mayor Harris, okay? That's a message from me to him, okay? Just like our mayor here now, incoming mayor, but I mean, but hey, go over across the street, let them know. We kind of tired of paying for everything because they got this attitude, we don't want to be part of it, okay? That's an issue going on. Okay, thank you.
Our issue with taxes is the blended rate, by the way. I'm not saying that Memphis is the greatest, but we've come down from 340 to 271. But where we're lethal is the $4.35 over at the county rate when you blend it out. So if we can up the county tax base, theoretically, that should bring that down, which would make us more competitive, which would require less incentive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just hang on to that. Yeah. Good morning. It's 11:30 a.m. October 20. I thought today was the 25th.
It is.
Yeah. Is it 24th? Oh, God. It's 20. October 24th, Tuesday, all day. And I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Owens, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on today's agenda, assuming nobody has any new or old business. Item number 1, presentation by the Finance Division on the Q1 fiscal 23 operating status. All council districts requested by the administration, followed by item number 2, which is a fiscal 24 Q1 CIP update from the Finance Division. All council districts requested by the administration. We'll take 1, then questions, then 2, then questions. Good morning. Floor is yours. Name and title for the record.
Good morning, Budget Chairman Carlisle and council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main, Suite 368. Thank you and good morning. It's my pleasure to be here with you today as we come to you for our quarterly report on operations for the general fund performance through September 30th of 2023. Oh, there's a, what is that? Oh, sorry. Put a curtain on my presentation. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So just in a recap from our 24 adopted budget to our funding budget reconciliation, as you know, we always start with our fiscal year adopted budget, which you see both on the revenue and expenditure side. And then the first item of our year is the encumbrance roll forward for expenditures that brings you to your funding expenditures. During Q1, we have had one budget amendment for $350,000 that was in the council division for the works. The next item I have footnoted for you, just so you know, this is a temporary hold. This is the account, this will be converted to an accounts receivable for FEMA and TEMA for the 2 big storms that we had. You know, as you know, we had one in May, or the end of June, toward the middle of June, and then another one in July. So as the teams continue to collect, and we should be through with this at this point, we have approximately $5.5 million that were spent under the emergency order that will convert to an accounts receivable and be filed with FEMA and TEMA for reimbursement. So that is just a temporary hold position. But as you can see, that brings us back to our balance. So next we have the general fund revenues, and we'll focus on the revenues today. At Q1, we're approximately 44% of our annual funding budget for revenue. And listed below are the various categories for our local taxes, which is always high in Q1 because our property tax bills are due at the end of August. So we always have a really high collection in property tax. For this year in property tax, we have collected $245 million, or approximately 94% of our budget. We did increase our budget slightly from last year's, and when we get to year over year, you can see some variances there. Also in our local taxes is the local sales tax, which we are currently at 25%. So we are right on budget with that. Current local sales tax to date is $38,775,000. And then in the state's tax portion, we also have the state tax piece of the sales tax. We are at 25% of budget, so we are right on budget for that, with a total to date of $18,756,000, which is just slightly above last year, but I'm talking slightly $272,000 higher, so we were a 1% variance there. The next big category that you see some changes in is related to the auto registration fees. That is down in our license and permits. You can see there's a a 16% trend there. Currently, the auto registration fees is running almost $1 million behind where it was this time for FY23. So we are checking to make sure that we get that back on track with auto registration fees. But overall, our total revenue is at 45% of budget, which is trending high because we do trend high in our property taxes in Q1. Transfers in are trending a little bit low, and I'll talk about that on the next 2 slides for you. This is just a chart depiction of the revenues. As you can see, the line is the budget and the blue is the actual, and you can see where we are based on budget. Those are the numbers. It's just a graph depiction. But here is where we have our year-over-year revenues for you. And you can see that there are some changes again in the local taxes. We were a little bit lower in percentage of our property taxes, but we also increased our property tax budget slightly. But overall, you can see year over year, we were, down a little bit compared to this time last year. I will note the transfers in is where you see a big change in year over year, and that is the money coming from Fund 245. If you remember last year, it was allocated for 9% of bonus to police and fire, and that was paid in Q1. So you see last year is much higher. This year, it is being allocated monthly and is trended across salaries as a salary recapture across. So that's the reason for the big change there. Well, last year, the bonuses were all paid in one period, and the whole 9% hit all in Q1. This is just the depiction year over year of the major categories for revenue. And then the one we all want to look at as well is expenditures. At the end of Q1, we are trending slightly high in expenditures at 31%. Our personnel services are just trending a little bit over what we would have expected, about approximate 25%, but we're going to talk about those in a separate slide. Materials and supplies is pretty much on budget. Capital outlay is always kind of varies during the year. Grants and subsidies, if you recall, is always high because we pay out a lot in Q1, so we're at 65%. And then the transfers out have all occurred, so we're at 100%, and that will remain that way for the remainder of the year. So this is the expenditures by division, and as you can see, some of them are quite high. Grants and subsidies kind of in the middle of the page, but that is because we expend out high in Q1. Others are trending a little bit high or just below budget, but overall we are at 31% of our budget, so we're a little bit high, but that's not unusual with grants and subsidies being such a large amount. This is the year over year of expenditures by division. So you can see some of them are up, some of them are down, but overall there's just a 9% difference in year over year, slightly up this year. And then we want to talk a little bit about overtime, and I wanted to spend just a little bit of time with you on this one. As you can see, several divisions are running over on overtime. City engineering is at 57%, even though it's a smaller monetary value. But many of the divisions are still having trouble getting some of the vacancies filled. And so there may be some changes coming, but even though that's a small one. But obviously focusing in on fire. Fire is at 38% of their funding budget for overtime right now, and this is just overtime. I'm going to give you another breakdown for just a moment in fire. And then you can see police, which we're going to talk about too. I want to give you some more information related to that, is at 52% of budget at the end of Q1. At the end of Q1, we're already halfway through our budgeted number. Public Works is also over, but it's a much smaller amount monetarily. But as you can see, in terms of funding budget, we are trending in overtime over that area. So first, I want to talk just a little bit about MPD overtime. They're currently running they're at 12,605,968. That is running approximately $1.8 million per pay period. You know, we have 26 pay periods over the year. Compared to last year, total of 34 million, which was running approximately 1.3 million per pay period. So that's an increase of $460,250 per pay period. That's a 34% increase over FY23's annual number. So if FY24 continued to trend as it is right now at 1.8, which we hope that is not going to be the case, we would trend at approximately $46.8 million in overtime. Yes, that would be $22.6 million over our current budget and $12 million over our final overtime of last year. So those are significant numbers. We have reached out to MPD. We are working with Chief Davis, and we are working with their finance person, Vincent Eason, to give us breakdown on these numbers specific to occasions that are causing these overtimes, whether it is they're on call, whether it's a special event, or if it's charged to lieutenants who are overtime. So we will be looking a little bit deeper into our MPD overtime. I see a question.
Yeah, well, it's more of a, I didn't want to interrupt you. You were flowing so well. Yeah, it was actually my notes. I would really like to get HR, police, and fire, when you guys are ready, to have a meaningful discussion about it. So after you and your team have sat down with them,
yes,
and not choreographed, but meaningful discussion, so that we can understand that, because I don't foresee that number without some sort of significant note from them alleviating itself as we head into the holidays and then back into the spring, and then you start to ramp up with spring activities, and then obviously into the summer. So it's I'm not surprised, but it's also very concerning. And as part of that, I'd love to understand any division in which we still continuing or having vacancy issues, the comp studies that coincide with those positions, right? Like, I miss MATA, but I didn't, no one needed to tell me that diesel mechanics are highly coveted across the country. Like, that's a known thing, but
yes, sir.
I'm really curious to know how we're going to deal with that. We can't just keep kicking the can down the road. Right. And I know that that's not a knock to anybody that's been working on it, but we've got to figure out a solution to it, because we just cannot continue to head down that path.
Thank you, sir, and I will take note of those. Just to give it some actual reflection too on salaries for police, which we don't break down like we do overtime, but just wanted to let you know, to date, the salaries, which include your full-time salaries, holiday, full-time salaries, vacation leave, any bonus pay, and sick time, is currently trending at 24.5. So we are right on budget for the salaries piece of this. But if you look at overtime, there's a huge variance there compared to where we thought we would be at 52%. So we're at 12.6 in actual against an overtime budget of 24.2. So I'm just going to do a quick run on the fire numbers for you as well. They are trending at 38% of budget on their overtime. Their current overtime is $5.3 million. So they're averaging $755,468 per pay period, compared to $717 of last year. So their overtime is actually trending down. But we'll talk about the salaries. You can see their salaries are trending up, which is what you would have expected as we can fill those vacancies. If they continue to trend at their current rate, they will land right now, we're estimating, at approximately $19.6 million, which is approximately $5.9 million over their current budget. So they're trending high as well on their overtime. Not to the extent of police, but they are at 38% of their budget on overtime. Their salaries are currently trending at 27.8%. So the salaries are actually trending a little bit higher We expected some trend with the increase, but we thought we had captured the appropriate amount in terms of their budgeting for their salaries. We are going to continue to watch that. I have spoken with Chief Sweat about it, and we're going to look at that again through Q2 to see if we need to make an adjustment to salaries, that if we didn't budget high enough for them, or if we budgeted their attrition too low. So it looks like there are some variances there that we will probably come back to you in Q2. Again, we are meeting with this division to discuss their overtime and their salaries. So the next slide is, again, the overtime year over year, where you can see, some significant changes there, especially in police, where you see a 28% increase. Some of them you see larger numbers, but the materiality of the numbers are just pushing the percentages up just a little bit. And, there's the curtain. Thank you.
It's that clap, remember that?
Yeah, I like it.
Sophomore year, I learned how to do that. It was really neat.
But I certainly thank you so much for letting me be here with you today. And I see Chairman Jones is here. He had made a request that we make appropriation statements available to certain members of the council, and we'll be putting a shared drive out there for every division so that members of council can reach out and look at those appropriation statements more in depth. I'm happy to review any of them with you or to talk any of them through, but we did receive that request from Chairman Jones and are working on our compliance for that request.
It's a good request. That's where the rubber meets the road. I've got Councilman Canali in the queue, but before we have that, I should two quick questions. I think his are going to be more to the specific. Mine are just general and follow-ups. On real estate taxes, do we have a delinquency report yet from the trustee's office on local real estate tax ad valorem?
I will check with Treasurer Miller to see if we have the delinquency report for you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then we've talked about this, so we don't have to get into a deep dive yet, but I know that we are barreling down on sales ratio discussions, and we should be getting that. Are we still awaiting? I know you're having conversations, but when is that gonna?
So the actual state assessment we usually receive in December, and that's where we start looking at the big, if we're going to have big refunds. It is a really hot topic across the state. I will tell you, and I see you smiling, Councilwoman Johnson. We talked about this back in April, maybe. But just recently at the Tennessee Government Finance Officers Association, Comptroller Mumpower spoke, and he is very much in favor of the 2-year cycle to try to prevent some of the crazy that we hit from a 4-year assessment. So I think we will continue to see movement on that. But I will definitely have more information for you in December of what that looks like for us.
Yeah, the TASR body obviously is comprised of municipal mayors and county mayors and city administrators, and they're more. Obviously it's a huge hit to us, but we have other ability that they don't, so it's equally as concerning to those smaller counties.
It is.
Wendy, and I know you said digging in, but just the timing's not super great for us. Any chance that you're going to get some early guidance, even if you keep it internal to start? I know we had it 6 months ago. I'm curious to know if that's starting to refine itself a little bit more or crystallize a little bit more to a final number.
The final number?
Yeah.
I think we'll have a better idea. I really have my fingers crossed that we're going to get some increased assessments in our state property that'll take some of the sting out of that. But I think it's still going to be dramatic. And I would like to, if council would like to see, I would like to forward you the slide for some other counties of what their ratio was. I thought ours was bad. Some of them were really, really, really significant. But I would like to share that with you because I do think that it's going to continue to be a conversation. I have been in conversation with President McGowan at MLG&W about what that looks like for our pilot payments from them. So it's top of mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Chair. Along with what Chair Carlisle requested is the police and fire and HR come back. I would be interested in knowing, not only with recruit classes that we've graduated and brought in, but since the 14% increase, I know it hasn't been in effect long, but how many lateral hires have we been able to make for police and fire, but also how many are we losing on a monthly basis, not due to retirement? I'd be interested in knowing those numbers as well. And hopefully that speaks to part of the reason why we have such a tremendous overtime rate for both of them right now. So I know they're not here, but if you'd pass that along to Chief Sweat, Chief Davis, and Chief Fouché.
Absolutely. And
Thank you, Chair.
we have been in conversations about what that looks like, and we'll put it into a more formalized report for council.
Yeah, you covered most of the question. Well, my question was in line with the question that you asked about the sales ratio, but towards the end, you didn't indicate whether or not we might get any pre-release number or any type of indication of where we might end up.
Sorry, thank you, Councilman. We will receive our state property assessment for their whole assessment in December, and that's usually when we look at the whole big picture and look at it. But we will, I think, have a number in December for you before you get out of here.
Okay, thanks.
Chief Ford, if you want to move on to item number 2, CIP.
Thank you. So for item number 2, I am going to bring up Tristan Gately Sweat, who has been working as the senior CIP financial analyst since January and has recently just been named the CIP manager. So we are very excited about that. And I would like for Mr. Tristan Gately Sweat to present to you today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chief. Tristan Gately Sweat, CIP Analyst, 125 North Main.
Thank you. Just a moment, Terry, while we reload the CIP report. To the curtains back.
I'll tell you what, do you have any general comments as they're getting this going? Or are you going to get specific to the slides? Yeah.
All right, so just in general, you'll see some really low spend numbers for Q1, so I just want you to be prepared for that. But also, we have some prior numbers for some prior years, but just wanted to let you know, even at Q1, when you see a low spend number for the FY24 CIP allocation, which is approximately $6 million, I think, of our 96 million allocation, we have year to date spent 22.5. So we are spending on older projects and older carry forward that is coming through. But I do think the numbers will kind of speak for themselves as we go through the division.
As their colleagues, as they're bringing it up, obviously you've got every there's a storm sewer, you've got every division. So if there is something that is important to you or your district, and it's, I would encourage you to stay on those directors or your staff at least, and get them to start asking for updates. And if you want to bring them to budget or to a specific committee, we can do that too.
I can hop in. I mean, everybody has a copy. Page 5 is a chart that I would like to just kind of touch base on. Chief Ford alluded to it. Our GO bond.
That's their number. but they are numbered. It's faint. Okay, sorry.
So this is the FY24 CIP adopted budget, GO bonds only. Our adopted budget was $95,915,750. We've appropriated just over $60 million. We've spent about $5.6 million, which is roughly 5.9% of that adopted budget. And encumbered, the amount in active contracts is just under $10 million.
All right, time out right there. How much going into that? So this is this year. We've got basically 15 million that's basically spent or going to be spent that we know of. What was your carry forward number coming out of 23?
That's a great question. The carry forward is not captured in that at all.
Right.
That is just FY24. Our carry forward amount for just capital improvement fund 400, is just over $12 million, $12,283,014.
So we've got 27 million, 28 million at work right now. Okay. I'll get you going.
Next slide is the same. It's just a breakdown for your enterprise funds only, your sewer and your stormwater. And the last chart combines those three funds. 245 million and some change is your total adopted FY24 budget. Do we have it now? And then obviously, as Councilman Carlisle alluded, these are the division breakdowns. So if you have any specific questions, I also have detailed descriptions providing a status update for every project that appears in this report. So I'll be sending those copies over to you after this meeting. It just kind of provides a dialogue. Why is our spending? Where are we with this specific project? But obviously, if you have any additional questions about a specific project, I'm happy to address them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What page are you on?
We can go ahead and go through. So for the sake of time, I'll just quickly breeze through the specific divisions, and feel free to stop me if you have questions about a specific division.
And this was a question that you asked about the carry forward. So you can see on slide 4, your carry forward. What page are you on? 7?
Right.
All funds. Okay. So we're just going to flip through. You can see by division, right? Do you want to just?
Yeah, I think for me, the only thing that I would add is this is helpful for 24, but obviously we've got some that are crossing years, like I think the Coke facility and some others. It would be nice to see that any prior year spend. So and I don't need to see this percentage. So like, if we have a $20 million project and it's $5 million over 4 years, and we've spent all $5 million the 2 prior years. I'd like to see where we are as percent of total complete spend, like we would in budget season. It's just easier to track along. Right. So like the Coke facility is a good example, I think, in here for major projects. Trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, I know this is a report, but when you have these multi-year projects, it's just easier to track, like, how far along we are.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and to that point, the blue columns on the specific division pages just provide total projects cumulative. So that's every allocation we've ever thrown at a project, but I completely understand.
Well, I just want to see, I just want to see the percentage. Yeah, where we are in the percent, because it gives me an idea of where we are in completion. If we're gonna, it's funny, you can kind of get to the point of like, I think we're gonna run over this. And one of the things I asked Chief Ford, and I think Director Adams, is generally it would be nice too, and I know it's a lot more work than it sounds like, but it would be a nice heads up to know. I'll use order of magnitude so it's not pinned down, but we have several construction projects that are still going out for bid that are in process and have change orders coming, and they're gonna have changes to contracts. I mean, it's just inevitable. And so trying to get the council's head wrapped around with the new mayor, what's gonna be coming from January 1 to the end of the fiscal year, and then the fiscal year on. One of the things, Chief Ford, you and I were talking about in the hallway is I'm glad we still have our bond rating, but even with our amazing bond rating, interest rates are still creeping. And so it's not only is the cost of construction going up, but our ability to borrow to feed that pipeline is going up, which the biggest thing for us that's going to happen is we're going to have more conversations about using cash, which is really difficult too, because everybody wants their hands on free and clear money, cash money. But that parity, thank you. That should just be a grant. All right. Oh, that's in our budget line. Yeah. So they split it. It's about the STEM project for Whitehaven. Yeah. General Services has $500,000. We've got the other half. But as parity, we were talking about, as parity comes between long-term and short-term borrowing rates, it's going to be, the next administration is going to have a real series of decisions to make about how to utilize cash versus debt. Yeah. Do any of my colleagues have questions about any specific projects? What I'd like to do, since we're running behind, is please take time with your staff over the next couple weeks. If there is a division or a project or even a cover line, like even if it's speed humps or safety projects, if it doesn't look like that's happening, obviously feel free to communicate directly to the administration. But if you'd like us to bring a director and chief board or anybody back to talk about it more in depth, very happy to do that, especially as we're rounding out the end of the calendar year. But I guess other than that, let's. Is everybody cool if we move on? All right. Thank you for the update, Chief Ward. Any last comments?
Yeah, just one last thing. Since Tristan has been here, he has created a new CIP budget book for you. It is out there on the website, and it is wonderful. It's full of great graphs. It was long overdue for an update, and we took all of the comments that we've had from council over the last year about what the spend looks like. And in this, you will see projected spend, prior year's spend, where we're headed with that. So we'll send this link out to everybody. I realize we're running short on time, or if you would like Tristan to come back maybe at next council meeting and walk you through the budget book, it is fabulous.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And print versions to come shortly.
Yeah, look, this goes back to Councilman Edmund Ford Jr. talking about when he first came in here, all the CIP projects that weren't rolling. And I have to give the administration credit when they came into office, and Chief Ford and Chief McGowan and all their teams about getting all this money out. And these CIP books really help follow that along. So I appreciate that. And speaking of following along, when or have you guys, and maybe I've missed it if you have, so it's my fault, have we wrapped, or when do we anticipate wrapping the annual review audit?
It's for the annual.
Yeah.
We are in our final stage. Yes, the comprehensive annual report. We have submitted our trial balance to the auditors. They are looking and seeing if we have any final audit adjustments to push through. I think our new comptroller, Joel Philhowers, is doing a great job heading that up, and we anticipate that we will have that probably in your last meeting in December.
Perfect.
Awesome.
All right, thank you. All right, colleagues, we're going to move on to item number 3 for the day. This one has been held a couple times, just we didn't have someone to speak on it. It is a resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan Act, known as ARPA, allocation, sponsored by the administration, all council districts. Can I have a motion and a second to have this item heard?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Robinson. I see Director and Deputy Chief and General. I mean, I don't. It's all these titles. I don't. Public servant. When you guys are ready, the floor is yours.
So we are requesting the restoration of these funds to the Office of Youth Services. We understand there was a lot of confusion with regard to their budget and their spend and the ARPA-related funds towards their programming, just to kind of help bridge the calendar of their programming. Start summer of June, and of course, it crosses fiscal years. And of course, this year, with the reduction of funds, they started some ARPA spend And so with that, when the reduction occurred, now they had no ARPA dollars to spend this year, so you spent general funded dollars. So to start next year, the operation will be less some funding capacity, which means that we will have to reduce, or there will be an impact, negative impact to services in the Office of Youth Services. So what we're asking is to restore that funding level so that we can at least maintain the same level of services in the offices of youth services.
Fair enough. So my question is this is an ARPA bucket. For the last 3 fiscal years and now 4, they've had a surplus or unencumbered balance at the end of the fiscal year of $1 million to $1.5 million. This year is $911,000. Why do they need this money versus out of the general fund? And they're trending, by the way, I know they're crossing in fiscal years, but every year too, they've trended on budget online. So I hear what you're saying, but when you look at the appropriation statement, it doesn't read even when you cross the fiscal years in their trend line. So that's what I'm trying to understand is, did you add 1,000 extra people that didn't exist? Did the cost go up? How did this bump occur with those historic surpluses?
So that's a great question. Part of the surplus has happened over the years. Sorry, Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer. I'm so sorry.
Fair
Thank
enough.
you, Mr. Chairman. Part of what was happening in some of the previous years is, we were dealing with the pandemic, not to blame the pandemic, but the participation levels were low. Last year, what happened is they had the ARPA funds that they could use to help support the work that they were doing. So this particular summer in June, which would be FY23, they had their general fund budget, and they still had, before the resolution change or the budget changed, they still had access to ARPA funds. So that's partially the reason why they were under spent for the fiscal year of last year. For this fiscal year, in July, they had some additional programming that they provided in anticipation that they would have these ARPA dollars. So it was a continuation of programming that they had already established. If you look at their budget in the line of ambassador pay, you'll see that they're at 70% spend there. Technically, they should be closer to 50% if you look at the way that program operates. So it's a spend in July of this year and a spend in June of next year. And that's the bulk of their programming. So that's the reason that we're asking to restore, because they're not going to have the ARPA funds. That's been shifted over.
Yeah, but they had $2.43 million. Again, there's not congruency in that area. Like, they had $3+ million in ARPA funding that was completely underutilized. It may even been 3.5, and I just can't remember it because I don't have it in front of me. And then on top of that, so what you're really saying is not only did they spend the $1 million to $1.5 million over a 3-year trend, so it was $911,000 unencumbered. They spent that $911,000. So somehow what you're saying is year over year they spent $1.6 million more. That is what would have to happen. So if you have a general operating budget, unencumbered balance at June 30th of 2023, you have $911,000 in general operating cash. What you're saying is you ate through all of that operating cash and you need $700,000 more. So somehow they went year over year of $1.6 million in change. That could be off plus or minus $500,000, or plus or minus $200,000. What I don't understand is how they ramped up year over year that quickly. Someone would have to explain that. That's a business. If we had a trend line, that's a giant outlier in that business.
So part of what they did was they supported the efforts of Boys and Girls Club. So that's not a program that they typically would support with grant funds for ambassador pay. So that's how they were able to do additional programming for this particular summer. That's what I'm speaking about. And I think I got a little turned around when we were talking about budget. I was speaking of the general fund budget versus...
Yeah, so let's talk buckets. And here's what I think we're gonna have to do. I'm happy to send this down without a recommendation so it can get on the agenda. But I think we're so far behind that I'd like to come back and get a deeper dive. And I'm not trying necessarily to fight this. What I don't like, though, is I don't understand it from a sheer business standpoint. You have operating cash and you have this federal bucket. At the end of the day, they all feed in and fund these programs. And now, instead of saying, employee, like to your point, let's just say they supported Boys and Girls Club. To what ramp up? How many bodies did they supply that caused that need? So that's why I'm trying to keep it high level, because we're talking at a high level right now.
Sure.
But I think it deserves a dive, because I don't understand, and I'm not the smartest guy around, but I don't understand how, again, every year in the operating budget, we have this unencumbered balance. If Director Griffin knew that he was going to cross, let's just say he had 300 people in employ, and he hired them in June, and I don't know when the cohorts are, but that unencumbered $1 million to $1.5 million shouldn't be in an unencumbered. It should be an encumbered, because he knows he's going to incur the expenses. So that has not happened in the last 4 fiscal years now, because I've gone back and looked at every one of those appropriation statements. On top of that, you've got this bucket of money, and I really think it started at like $3.5 million or something. But as of the end of last fiscal year, I'll say mid-June, it had $2.5 to $2.7 million sitting in it.
The ARPA bucket.
The ARPA bucket,
Yes.
which still funds the same thing. Well, what I'm hearing being said is that we ran out of the $911,000 unencumbered balance, and we need $760,000 more dollars, and no one's explained to me directly why. We're talking generally why, but I want to know specifically why. So what I'm willing to do, unless there's an objection to it, is I will let this follow the ordinary course of business, and if there's no objection, send it down in our next meeting without a recommendation, and we will have it back on this committee. And in the meantime, if you want to email me, we can shorten down the committee. You can email the council, but somebody is going to have to put down and document how we got from point A to point B, so that I can understand it, because this is a huge spike. So unless and maybe I'm missing something. That's what I'm saying. So if I can see it, like you can show me the paper trail, I'll probably be able to understand it.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
Be happy to provide that to you.
All right. Yeah. Councilwoman Robinson.
And I have one additional question. So the Boys and Girls Club had their own bucket of money. Why are we moving money from one organization to another? I don't understand that either.
Well, I can weigh in on that. That $9 million over 3 years was matched with the private sector to do the expansion of services. I think what I'm hearing, Chief Ryan, and please confirm this, is what you're saying is that they took on employee participants in order to staff this summer.
Yes, they had a summer program. So the ARPA dollars for Boys and Girls Club is for them to be in schools and to help with schools. This was a summer program where they had programming with additional youth that was funded through the youth services.
Yeah, I think what we have to get down to is forget buckets of money for a hot minute. How did the spend increase year over year so dramatically? And then we can talk about how we want to pay for it. But until somebody can demonstrate, and I know there's 13 of us, but at least me, for my vote, I need to understand it, and I have yet to wrap my head around how we got from point A to point B. And it shouldn't be necessarily hard. Like, I should be able to see, employee's a great one. We'll just stick with that. Employee. And COVID's a fair point, right? But employee, X number of participants, 21, 22, 23, and now we're headed into 24. Like, maybe it was we added 10% to the workforce, but we increased their pay by 30%. I mean, that could be an explanation. I don't know what that is, and this doesn't tell me, and I haven't heard anything that explains that to me. So we would definitely have not, I know there's not a single person on this body that would have gone and cut that program.
That's right.
But when you start to look at trend lines and opportunities, I mean, that was a big one. So, and ultimately it's going from libraries to youth services, kind of serving the same purpose, but until I can understand it, I'm not comfortable. But I do want to let it at least take its course of business, and we can deal with it in a couple weeks. Colleagues, any objection to that? All right, seeing none, any other new
is here to give the report, and we'd love to hear it. Give your name and address and title for the record, and you can go into the presentation. It was on. No, it was on. Turn it back on.
Right.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Candace Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of First 8 Memphis. I'm at 173 Marrakesh Circle. Should I plan to speak from the paper copy, or do you have the electronic copy?
We have two things.
Okay.
Which one were you referring
We
to?
can go with the PowerPoint presentation. That is not my.
Wrong committee. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll just go really quickly. Thank you for seeing us today. As you all know, First 8 Memphis is a fiscal agent for City of Memphis and Shelby County government pre-K investments. You've been investing in pre-K for 4 years now in our community. And as you know, that money comes through First 8 Memphis, and we support 80 classrooms in the community across, mostly in Memphis and some across Shelby County. Our efforts also include wraparound services, instructional support and coaches, and also collecting data so we can really understand the quality of our classrooms across the community. If you go to page 6 in your PowerPoint, that's where I will start. So we are talking about Q4 of the last school year. And in Q4, First 8 Memphis paid out $3.3 million to 80 pre-K classrooms in the community. And as a part of that effort, we also paid out a percentage of that in wraparound services. Overall, direct funding to pre-K in Memphis from First 8 Memphis was $12 million, and you see that in slide number 8. Slide 9 is a budget which we present to you every quarter when we come before you, and just shows you what our projected budget was for fiscal year 23, our actuals for fiscal year 23, and our projected for fiscal year 24 and 25. So as you may remember, we have a couple of outcomes that we share with you quarterly as a part of our contract and our commitment to this effort. So just looking on page 12, First 8 Memphis classrooms is almost in every community in Memphis. One of the major outcomes that we present to you is around pre-K enrollment. So you know that pre-K is voluntary in Tennessee. And 2, you know that over the years, especially during COVID, our pre-K enrollment was generally low. So I'm excited to present that at the last quarter of the last school year, our classrooms had 88% pre-K enrollment. And right now for this school year, we are very close to that percentage point. We're now at 85% pre-K enrollment for this school year. So we are First 8 Memphis, but overall our efforts in the community are getting stronger and stronger for pre-K enrollment. If you move to slide page 18, that just highlights attendance. As you know, a child only does as well in school as how much they can attend school. So you see here that 85% of our students attended 80% or more of the days they're enrolled. That's a standard attendance analysis for us and across the country. And so we've done pretty well with attendance as well in our classrooms. As a part of our effort, we engage families about what their core needs are. If you see page 19 of your slide deck, most families ask us about kindergarten enrollment and summer programs. And the second most popular request from the wraparound service providers are financial and income support. As I close out, I'll just want to present some really exciting data on page 21. We'll have a full pre-K report in the coming months, but we do see that First 8 Memphis pre-K students are outperforming 63% of their peers. So if you're looking at page 21, there are 5 domains for child development, And what we see is that across all of the domains, our pre-K students are outperforming at 63%. That is incredible and is a lot for us to celebrate. And I will close there.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. And just wanting to say just thank you for providing these quarterly updates. A lot of times we forget that we have children in the city, and that even though we're not in direct funding with Memphis City Schools for the other grades, we do have a chance to impact their pre-K classes, which in turn will determine how our kids end up. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Councilman Warren?
You know, there's that Equity to Prosperity program, so like the pre-K that you guys, I think, have helped work. Are you able to track those kids as they come through your program so we can compare them to just your regular graduates over the next 2 to 3 years and get us that information? Because I think that may be another opportunity that we may have down the road to make a difference in kids as far as ACEs and actually improving our results even with our own pre-K.
I have been in touch with the director of the Equity to Prosperity, and I'll follow up with him and make sure that we can link up our data collection and analysis.
It would be really interesting to see how those kids do in your program compared to just the regular kids coming in, because it would tell us that's another place that investment might be very worthwhile in education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Any other colleagues, questions or comments? Are we ready to talk about internet? Okay. Not about the kids, about the internet. They need it too. So make sure y'all look at that pre-K report as well.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Robinson.
I just want to say thank you for your presentation and thank you for being so faithful. But we would like one day for you to come back and talk to us about our experience with Meridian.
With Blue Meridian?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair,
Do you have a date you want her to come back?
Let's do it her next report.
When is your next report?
3 months from now.
Okay. You're not going to be looking at that report. Yes, ma'am.
I'm on her board. She will share it with me.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Some of you may have heard, but on November 8th, First State Memphis is offering a parent workshop called How to Teach Your Child to Read. It's for parents with babies, infants, and toddlers up until the age of 5. Madam Chair, we're going to invite you to this event.
And would like to learn.
We are having, it's going to be for parents with young children before they enter kindergarten to help parents understand what are ways that you're talking to your children, singing with your children, engaging with them on how to read. We're going to send you all copies of this flyer so you can share it with your constituents. It's going to be November 8th at Crosstown Theater.
Once you get it. Thank you. Thank you. The flyer. All right. Seeing no other businesses in this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
I'd like to call Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Thank you. Chair Jones. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Covette. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Robinson. Chair Ford.
Present. We have one item. It's a discussion regarding ordinance amending ordinance 5734 relative to smart city fiber access systems, establishing the criteria for qualifications as smart city fiber access systems, defining smart city fiber access systems, and authorizing and qualifying smart city fiber access systems, alternative requirements, terms, conditions, limitations, and provisions for recovery of the city's costs incurred. All council districts requested by committee. Before we start, I just wanted everybody to know one thing. 2 weeks ago, we had, what is it? Meridian to come to us. Once they finish, we're gonna want y'all to kind of say what you want to say afterwards. We're gonna try to give y'all about 45 minutes, okay?
Yes, sir.
Then we're gonna let them come back. I thought that it was right to have you all to come. I just didn't want one side to come. I want to make that perfectly clear for everybody listening, okay? Fairness is fairness, and that's what I believe in, okay? And I'm gonna open the floor. Attorney Ferris, are you gonna start everything, give your name, address, and everything, and we're gonna go from there.
I'm John Ferris, Ferris Bobango Law Firm, 999 South Shady Grove Road, Suite 500, 38120. Here representing Comcast today. I'm joined by Tony Speller, who is Senior Vice President for Technical Operations and Engineering with Comcast. He's also here with Thomas Carroll, who is Vice President of Engineering Operations with Comcast. I'm also here with Evangeline Parker Guest, and she's a Senior Manager of External Affairs for Comcast here in Memphis. Last time we were here, I think we discussed in some detail the defects in the ordinance that's before you. And I'm not going to go back through all that. You've got Alan Wade as your lawyer, and he's, I think, already been talking with y'all. But the ordinance, very briefly, was prepared for one company and would not bring new investment to Memphis. And so we believe that you should have an ordinance, that if you would consider passing an ordinance, that if any provider meets certain benchmarks, that they be given the same benefit that the city's offering to Meridian. And so that's what I wanted to say at first. And so we're going to share, these two gentlemen over here are going to share information about our network. I know Council Lady Johnson, you've had a number of questions about our network, how it compares to what the administration has said. And so we want to provide some of that to you today. And so I'm going to turn it over to these two guys to speak.
Hey, hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tony. Let's do it again. Okay, well, hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tony Speller, Senior Vice President, Technical Operations and Engineering for Comcast. And I'm joined here with Thomas Carroll, my colleague here, who's oversees engineering for Comcast. So I'm excited to talk to you about some really, great things that are happening with Comcast, and particularly around our 10G network. Let me start off by just giving you a little bit of background on our national network. If you look at the Comcast network nationally, it's in 39 states, over 1 million miles of coax and fiber stretched from one end of the United States to the other. We reach over 60 million homes and businesses, which is significant. And then also we have a backbone and a ring that really, covers pretty much the entire United States for both residential and business. So I want to spend some time talking to you about the 10G network. I think this is the one that, brings a lot of excitement for me, for the company, and also for all of our customers and constituents in Memphis. So let me talk about our 10G network. First of all, let me say it's not just a network. This is a next generation network. This network does a lot of things, a number of things. When I think about our 10G network, it provides us with ultimate capacity and throughput, which allows us to deliver some of the fastest speeds, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. It also gives us the ability to provide, end-to-end coverage, unprecedented coverage from a Wi-Fi network. It also provides us with reliability, enhanced reliability, and I'll talk about that more. But also it provides us what we call low latency. And low latency, I'll describe this a little bit more in the presentation, but it is the ability to be able to send packets of information and receive them at unprecedented speeds. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. And then it also provides us with security. We don't talk a lot about security, but it's important that our networks are secure and that our customers are protected. And so let me talk about this network a little bit more. This is a smart network. And when we talk about a smart network, it's not just a normal network. We've built in things like AI capabilities. And when I talk about AI capabilities, that's where our network can make decisions in terms of around reliability. It has the ability to self-heal and prevent a number of outages from happening without intervention. And so these are the things that a smart network can do. I talked about the low latency on this network, the ability to be able to send information back and forth at unprecedented speeds, even better than a fiber network. And then also this network is powered by our next gen gateways. And our gateways are very very superior gateways, having the ability to give wall-to-wall coverage in the home. And also this gateway has also been award-winning. And so I'm going to hand it off to Thomas here, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this smart network and what it does.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thomas Carroll, VP of Engineering and Operations, and I'm at 5450 Winchester Drive in Memphis. I'm excited because I don't get out a lot in front of a lot of people because I'm in engineering to tell you about the excitement we have behind our core network. First and foremost, I wanted to say this is an award-winning Emmy network. We actually received the Emmy recently, about 6 months ago, for this, what we call a distributed access architecture. As Tony mentioned, starting at the core network, I'm going to walk you through the fundamentals, the ecosystem of our network at the core side. Our core network side, or within each of the 39 states, they're actually distributed within even the city of Memphis has a core site. These core sites are distributed and redundant, and we call hard redundancy, with multi-100 gig circuits. And these circuits are redundant in nature. We have a failover completely on each. They are then fed via fiber, again, hardened to what we call our virtual cable termination sites. We call them OTNs or CECs, whatever they may be called out in the terms. These are where really the ecosystem of our network sits. These are networks that are the smart network elements that you heard Tony just say. When we talk about the next gen architecture, it really stems from this location right here. We're talking multi-100 gig circuits coming in and out, but what's important is leaving our facilities at each of these locations. We then feed our network via fiber optic cable to small service group sizes. In the city of Memphis, that service group sizes ranges around 350 and some down to 80 home pass service groups. That's where, again, we talk our next generation network. It's our own equipment. We built this from scratch. across the board, and it's an industry standard that's happening now, and you're going to hear the word FDX or the term DOCSIS 4.0 come up. This is really the power behind our DOCSIS 4.0 is where we're with the delivery system that we have here. From that delivery system out to each of the homes and businesses today, we're going to leverage our existing hybrid fiber coax network. Again, it's fiber rich. I almost call it the fiber to the curb environment because of the small service group sizes that are sitting in there. But that environment allows us not to have to rebuild or overbuild our entire network to achieve the multi-gig speeds that we're going to talk about in the future, coming up right shortly. Also, from that existing service group side, we have the ability and are doing it today, a fiber to the home environment. For us, that's an EPON environment. Again, that's from the same service group area that we have today. So it has a dual role in that network, and we're able to do that very quickly in deployment. And we actually have one EPON site already stood up in the city of Memphis today. Again, we provide also on our business customers, we can provide a level of speed tiers that are out there, but we also provide what we call our Metro East circuit to businesses that are throughout the city of Memphis, and that includes a 10 gigabit circuit to each of those businesses if required. And we have the small SMB or small medium business infrastructure that is also fed off our existing HFC network. The important thing about this environment is it's entirely smart. It's making thousands upon thousands of decisions throughout the network, all the way down to the CP. It recognizes metrics that are unknown, and it's real time. The old cable system from before was every 15 minutes would read back to a CMTS location, that's the core side, and would read back telemetry data. This is real-time data of what's happening in the network, temperature, speed, power levels. We see that every day, and we have that infrastructure built today. We've been building the core of the network virtualization side, not just in the city of Memphis, but throughout our cable plant in the Comcast sites that you see today. This is an environment that we believe, when you hear the words, is fiber better? Fiber is not better when you talk about our DAA architecture today. We're able to deliver the speeds necessary that are out there and being required for us to do every single day. So with that, I'll just take you through the next steps. And Tony, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, so now let me, I'm going to roll a video here, and this video here highlights, what our next generation network is all about and what's to come in the future. This video is conducted by Alad Nashi, who is our Chief Technical Network Officer, and so we're going to roll the video here.
We're missing the audio.
Okay.
16 hours. That's how long it took to transmit the first transatlantic telegraph. Today, it would take about 1/10 of a second to send the same message. More than 3 million times fast telegraph. Exactly future-proof. But today, network technology can be.
Transformation never ends, right? When you like the Xfinity network, really thinking 10, 20 years into the future.
Process of anticipating how the needs of technology will change over time and building with that in mind, something essential for critical infrastructure.
I don't know what services will be there in 10 years, but I need to make sure that the network is ready for it.
And the best future-proofing includes a cutting-edge foundation in the present.
Within the first 2 weeks of the pandemic, we saw 3 years worth of capacity growth. How do you generate 3 years worth of capacity in 2 weeks? And the answer is with a lot of Comcast innovation.
The Xfinity 10G network is built on a platform that looks across 50 million modems across the network.
In 20 minutes, it's down to your home versus your neighbors' homes, etc.
American household internet, gaming online, and streaming 4K.
Well, that was not streaming as we expected. We'll take you through this, but the core of what Alad Nafshi was saying is that at the very end of that, it's talking about we're providing a resilient, reliable, low latency product that really rivals any fiber environment that we have out there. That was the core of it, but we're delivering it through we're delivering this through, as we mentioned, the FDX environment or the DEA environment that Alad mentions in that video there. That video is available on our site, so we can certainly provide that video out, that link to that video directly. That comes right off from our Comcast corporate site. But Alad is that architecture, is the pioneer of that architecture across the board, and is recently just recognized as that at the SCTE meeting that we just had in Denver. He was recognized for that architecture environment. So with that, I'm going to hand off to Tony. He's going to walk us through DOCSIS 4.0.
Okay, sorry the video didn't work out, but we'll have that posted so you can look at that. But let me jump into DOCSIS 4.0 because I really want to talk about how Comcast continues to innovate. I know you've heard a lot about DOCSIS over the years, from DOCSIS 2.0 to DOCSIS 3.0 to DOCSIS 3.1. But what I want to talk to you about today is DOCSIS 4.0. That is the latest technology right now. It's the latest breaking technology. Fiber isn't. And let me explain a little bit more about DOCSIS 4.0, what this does. This is going to provide us with a new technology called FDX, and FDX stands for full duplex. Full duplex is the ability to be able to transmit data over the same frequencies back and forth, share the same bandwidth. And what does that mean to everybody in the room here? It means that we can deliver unprecedented speeds, symmetrical speeds, multi-gig speeds. This is the newest technology, and this is the technology that we have recently launched, and we'll talk about that a little bit more here in a few minutes too. And this is the product that is coming to the Memphis market as well. So let's go to the next one. So now let us just take a couple of minutes to talk about what does this multi-gig product mean for the city of Memphis here.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I wanted to level set where we are today in the city of Memphis without all the color and all that. Today, the network is achievable of a 1.2 gig product today, that it exists for every Memphis customer, resident out there today. What we are doing, and that's referenced in the green area that you see there, is our upgrade, our network enhancement, which is the foundation to achieve our 10G FDX environment. At this point today, as of yesterday, we're 72% completed that network enhancement or that upgrade. That's the green areas that are shaded there. The blue areas are areas that we are on the plan of record, and they will complete it in the next 18 to 24 months. So that would give you 100% the ability today to give you 1.2 gig, but when we're finished the upgrade and we launch in 2024 the first FDX node or service group, then you start achieving multi-gig symmetrical speeds within the existing infrastructure. It's also really important to note, we're doing this and leveraging our existing infrastructure, i.e. that does not mean I need to dig up every single road and right of way to achieve this. We're upgrading the equipment that connects everybody into our network. So you won't see massive amounts of permits coming through or right-of-way permits. We're doing this, again, leveraging our existing network and pushing fiber a little closer, deeper to our customers as we do it. We also maintain it's vital, and it's under our organization today, that we manage our capacity management traffic. That's done daily. We look at our environment in real time. We look at the 99 and 120 percentile of capacity, and we evolve our network as we have been doing for the last 17, 20 years in the network. So this is an important aspect of it at the same time of delivering our next gen product that we've been on for the last 2 years in the city of Memphis.
Yeah, and as Thomas mentioned here also, as we've completed the upgrade, we do have 1.2 gig everywhere in this market today. But as we complete the upgrade, there's 2 gig markets that are available right now in Memphis today. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about the evolution of what our FDX speeds look like. So if you take a look at this slide here, this is really what I would call the evolution of speeds in the markets. And so if you look at 2018 and even beyond, far beyond, 2018, Comcast has consistently increased their speeds year after year after year, consistently for multiple years. If you look at 2018, we introduced the first, 1 gig across our company there. And then if you fast forward to 2022, we introduced what we call the 1.2 gig, which is available in 100% of this market as well. And then if you jump forward to 2022, we started to offer the 2 gig product, and that's what Thomas was referencing as we're completing the upgrade. We're turning up the 2 gig product in the market today, what you saw in the green there. And now as you fast forward to 2023 and look at 2023 here, we're offering a 2 gig symmetrical. We started to deploy our first FDX markets, which will give us symmetrical speeds, 2 gig up, 2 gig down. And this is the product that we will continue to deploy in the upgrade schedule that's coming to Memphis, that'll be coming to the Memphis market. And so I'm super excited about this because this is the latest and greatest technology. And again, I'll just reinforce Thomas's point is that you don't need to dig up the roads and highways to be able to deliver this product. We can overlay this new technology over top of our network, and we're doing it right now to deliver these faster speeds. And just to remind you, 1 gig, we have 2 gig offerings that are coming available now in this market. Okay. So I'll just, highlight a couple other things here just by saying, our network is, more than just speeds. It's a lot more than just speeds. I mean, we could talk about the speeds of the network. We offer, unprecedented speeds, but it's a lot more to it. It's about, the smart network. It's about the ability to be able to provide a reliable network, the ability to be able to provide wall-to-wall coverage, Wi-Fi coverage, and then also this low latency DOCSIS, I think, is really important, that ability to be able to send and receive information at unprecedented speeds. And it's important that we, deliver to our customers every single day, a great experience, and we work really hard to do that. Okay.
Just a couple of key things that unlock what differentiates Comcast across the board is the suite of products that leverage this backbone, this infrastructure that we build every day, and more importantly, what our folks in Memphis do every day and across the country we do every day. For instance, our Xfinity mobile product that sits and leverages our network, again, that infrastructure, and is prioritized as such. What I'm excited about, and it's been launched for a while, and it's across the company footprint, is our X1 streaming and service product that's out there. That is, again, world-class. Several other MSOs have utilized that same type of technology and infrastructure to support their video product. But that comes, again, the side to that is we have the ability to offer home security, all embedded into our X1 product suite. That includes what we call our XB devices. That's the next-gen modems and wireless boxes that, again, will have that 4.0 a modem that will be able to provide to the customer, that will provide that DOCSIS 4.0 environment out there. And of course, certainly a couple of items here is our storm-ready Wi-Fi. We felt the need after experiencing several disasters, hurricanes, storms, tornadoes that we all feel across the board. We now have a storm-ready Wi-Fi device that the customers can purchase that allows you to provide uninterrupted access to our Wi-Fi with a 4-hour backup product across the board. It was a necessary environment for folks that are on the coastal areas. That was something they had asked for, and we certainly delivered that product out to them. And certainly not last on the list is our Internet Essentials product, which we're going to dive into a little further on the slides coming up.
All right, just waiting for the page to flip there. A little bit slow. Okay, so let me talk about how we power our network with our people, because the people is a big part of this. And I'll start off by talking about our installation and service teams. We have, local installations and service teams that service our customers every day in the market, whether they got a service call, they need new installation, they're there to be able to support them. We also have our construction and quality teams. Our construction teams are out doing everything from network expansions, rural broadband builds to the upgrades of the network. Those folks in construction are directly, these are people that work for, Thomas Carroll. Thomas Carroll is the person here when we talk about the upgrade that is happening in the network. He is the individual who is leading that upgrade effort every day and doing the build out of the network. And so proud of the work that Thomas and his team has done. We also have what we call 24/7 monitoring. This is important because we have network operations centers who are monitoring the network 24/7. We have all of our network is monitored. We have alarming on our network. And those teammates are there 24/7 to be able to respond to events, respond to outages. And then also when Thomas talked about the smart network, our people can actually do repairs over the network and be able to, mitigate an event that's happening on the network, which helps us to resolve it real time. And then also we have our network teams that you see. Some call them, network maintenance, line techs. You see them out here in the bucket trucks. They're constantly out here making sure that our services are performing well. They're responding to storm events and outages. And then we also have what we call our in-store support, our Xfinity stores. Our associates are there and available to support our customers at any time.
I think at this point, we're going to head off and kind of go over the next step of our.
And I'd like to just read what's in the ordinance right now that's being required of Meridian. It says that they'll have to enter into commitment with the CAO of the city to, this is how general this is, and it should be stronger, to improve the opportunities for broadband access by low-income residents. That's all it says that this company will have to do. So I'd like to turn this over to Evangeline and let you hear about what Comcast is doing right now.
Before you speak, let me just say, Councilman Carlisle, Canale, Smiley, Morgan's joined us. You can continue.
Good afternoon. I'm Evangeline Parker Guest, Senior Manager of External Affairs for the Memphis market, and I'm truly honored to be here before you. The picture that you see on your screen today is very important and significant to me because it's a part of history. And so today I want to talk to you about history, partnerships, change, and investments. As you look at that photo, you see on the background 10 years Internet Essentials. In 2021, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of Internet Essentials. And we celebrated with a Memphis Digital Equity Day and Community Champion Awards. I have known Mayor Strickland since I moved here in 2016. Meeting with him was one of the first meetings that I had. And in my conversations with Mayor Strickland, we talked about partnerships and the importance of having partnerships because in the Memphis community, students and families needed access to the internet. And at that time, we talked about Internet Essentials and how to make sure that students and families had access in the home, had internet service in the home. And so I can remember back in 2011 when we started Internet Essentials, because although I may look 16, I remember a time, Councilman, when television went off at midnight and you heard the national anthem. That was when I started. When I started with Comcast in 1998, almost 25 years ago, we didn't think about internet then. But our engineers, they were thinking about it. And when I got the call in 2011, it was May 2011, that we would be launching Internet Essentials and that I had to go out in the community and share it with families and students, I scratched my head because it was foreign to me. So how can I go out and I share this? Comcast had already done the research, and they found that we needed a comprehensive approach to dealing with internet and with students and families. So in 2021, we celebrated connecting over 10 million households to the power of the internet and internet essentials. We realized the importance of those partnerships that Mayor Strickland talked with us about. So when you look on that screen and you see Progeny Place and NAACP Memphis and the Employee Program and Girls Inc. of Memphis, our champions for digital equity and many, many more, we're thankful to Mayor Strickland, and we're thankful to you, the council members that I've spoken with, about making sure that internet service is in the homes of those who truly, truly need it, because we are working to help bridge the digital divide. So what is the problem? We found through research that there are barriers. There are 3 top barriers to low-income families adopting internet service in the home, and I'd like to take you through those. The U.S. Census Bureau did a survey, and we found that, number 1, lack of need, lack of interest in the internet. Number 2, it costs too much. Number 3, didn't have a computer technology in the home. Now, this was something that we learned in 2011 when we launched Internet Essentials. This survey was done again in 2019, and still the top 3 reasons why people do not have internet service in their homes: the need, not interested in it, the cost, and not having technology. With Internet Essentials, we address those barriers. Low-cost, high-speed internet service. Basic speed, 50 over 10 megabytes per second, $9.95 a month. Now, we didn't start at 50 over 10. So I have seen the progression. I've seen the expansion of the program. Internet Essentials was started so students could go home and do homework, research, whatever they needed to do for education to achieve a good education. That was what Internet Essentials was for. We came back to the table, fast forward 2020, no one saw COVID coming. Mayor Strickland invited providers to come to the table and have a discussion on how we could help low-income families have internet service, because now we needed to do virtual schooling. We had Internet Essentials Basics, 50 over 10. We came back with Internet Essentials Plus, 100 over 10. Because we were told that you have multiple family members who need to access the internet. So we provided that. We have the speeds, no credit check, no term contract, no cancellation fees, in-home Wi-Fi, parental controls, Wi-Fi hotspots, all of that. Comcast has provided that. So you do not have technology in the home. You can get a computer under $150 through Internet Essentials. So you don't understand how to utilize your computer. We provided the funds for digital skills training. We were very fortunate to partner with the Memphis Library that provided in-person trainings. Memphis Urban League provides training for seniors through their Seniors Exploring Technology. Girls Inc. Memphis provides training. Boys and Girls Clubs, My Future program, we support that. And so many other nonprofit organizations. If you need digital skills training, we have invested the funds to make sure you have access to it. And if you can't go anywhere, internetessentials.com, there's virtual trainings. So we've done the work. We've made the investments. Change has come with COVID and the change with technology. And once again, we've made the investments to make sure that those who need access to the internet can have it. And let's continue to keep going. I'm sure those of you remember April 4th, 2018, when we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. here in Memphis. The National Civil Rights Museum wanted to stream the Day of Remembrance out to the world. Comcast, NBC, Universal said, we will partner with you to do that. I found out about 30 days prior to the event that they wanted to stream it. Never thought about it, never done it. But I got the call and I said, we can do it. Didn't know how we could do it, but got on the phone, called the engineers, called Comcast Business, called all the departments, and they said, we can do it. So within 30 days, we had a switch, a multi-gig switch, and the infrastructure. We built the infrastructure on our own dollar to connect the National Civil Rights Museum. We had NBC, the fantastic Lester Holt here himself in person, every national network you could think of, international, national, local, state network, had a media center that we provided the internet service for. Plus, we connected multiple areas that wanted viewing parties and wanted to stream the Remembrance service. That was in 2018. All of that was done with Comcast internet service in 2018. So can we provide the speed? Yes, we can. Do we make the investments? Yes, we do. But we need partnerships and we need your help. So I am asking today, for those of you in this room, for those of you who are watching, I am concerned about the students and the families who need internet service today. Because we understand that when you can connect to unlimited possibilities. You can travel the world and see the world. Councilman Jones and I met on a C-SPAN bus over at Booker T. Washington High School, where we brought the C-SPAN bus in so students could see that there are unlimited possibilities. We made that investment, brought the bus down from Washington, D.C., so students could engage in technology, see technology, become a part of it. And there's more that can be done, but we need your help, those in this room and those who are watching, to make people more aware. Because I'm not concerned about the access, because the access is there. You've heard that. Our infrastructure is throughout this city. But I'm concerned about the awareness and the adoption. And the only way we can make a change with adoption is through awareness. So I need Internet Essentials partners and ambassadors to spread the word that you can get connected today. I need you who are having events with families and students to invite us to come to your event and partner with you. We want to support engagement opportunities. For those of you who have computer labs and you know that you need to provide computer training within your neighborhood, your community, invite us to partner with you to support that. Let's keep going. Through Internet Essentials, we have these flyers that we provide free of service. They're available in English and Spanish, plus 34 additional languages. Yes, we support the ACP program. So if a family says, I want Internet Essentials, $9.95 a month, through the ACP program, they receive the $30 credit, that's free. If they are a family that needs to connect more than 4 devices to the internet at one time, we have Internet Essentials Plus, $29.95. Through the ACP program, that is free. And there's a question about the ACP and the extension of it. How long will it last? One thing that we can say is that when ACP is gone away, Internet Essentials will still be here. $9.95, $29.95, it's affordable internet service. And if a family still decides that they do not want to have internet service in the home, Comcast established lift zones. Those are partnerships with nonprofit organizations where students and families and individuals can go to a safe space like Alpha Omega Veteran Services, Girls Inc. of Memphis, YWCA of Greater Memphis, and connect to Wi-Fi that's powered by Comcast Business, robust internet Wi-Fi that they can connect to for training, for job skills training. Whatever they need to do to connect to Wi-Fi, they can do that through our partners. And we want more. We had hoped that we could connect the community centers throughout Memphis because they're in strategic locations. That is still my hope, that we can provide the lift zones at community centers. But we need your help in order to do that. Finally, we talked about history, partnerships, change, and investments. We saw in 2020 that minority businesses were hit very hard with COVID. So hard that our employees started talking about my local small business could possibly go out of business. So Comcasters gathered around the conference table and asked, what could we do to help? And we saw the launch of Comcast Rise, which stands for Representation, Investment, Strength, and Empowerment. It is a part of Project Up, the commitment that we made to invest $1 billion over the next 10 years to connect people, to advance digital equity, not just in our neighborhoods, not just with students and families, but with small businesses. Here in the Memphis market, 200 businesses have been selected as Comcast Rise winners. Comcast has invested a $5,000 monetary grant, provided technology makeovers, provided business consultation. This year, 2023, Memphis was selected one of 5 cities to have 100 businesses selected as Comcast Rise winners. Memphis, Shelby County, in all of your districts, there is a business that has been selected a Comcast Rise winner. I've checked the list. ComcastRise.com if you don't believe me. That's an over $1 million investment that Comcast is making into small businesses to advance digital equity, not just in the neighborhoods, but also with small businesses. But there's more that we want to do and that we can do with your help. So I close with this. I am Evangeline Parker Guest. I'm boots on the ground here in Memphis, Shelby County. I'm here to do the work. I've been doing the work for over 25 years, and I want to do more. While you wait for the fiber and the symmetrical speeds and all of the grandness that technology brings, I need you to partner with me today to make sure families are connected. Not 5 years, not 7 years from now, but today. So I encourage every one of you watching and sitting and listening to me, if you know someone, and I'm sure you do, who does not have internet service in the home, I just ask you to tell them about me and Internet Essentials. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to close.
Yep, okay.
Please, sir.
Please.
So we hope that the council will pass an ordinance that is technologically and competitively neutral to all providers. Okay. We're hopeful that an amendment can be drafted to afford the same benefits to providers that meet, or in Comcast's case, exceed all of the city's benchmarks: speed, deployment, which we're doing right now, low income, and digital equity. Comcast will meet or exceed all of these requirements that are being offered to this other firm before they will. Very soon, if they're not doing it already. So we would just ask that when you consider this, when you consider what you should do, that you provide us with the same benefits that the other company is getting. And we're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman and council members.
Appreciate you, Attorney Ferris. Yep. Chair Jones, you have a question?
Yes, I have a couple of them. So going down the list based upon some of the statements that were made in the presenters. Ms. Ferris, you made the assertion that the RFP was prepared for one provider. What specific parameters of the RFP are you saying apply to just one provider and wouldn't apply to a number of different competitors?
Well, I'm really talking about the ordinance, but
okay. Well, go back. Well, even the ordinance, though. So, whether we're talking about the ordinance or the RFP, please provide evidence of your assertion that this was prepared for one provider.
Well, the ordinance requires that the provider give to the city. In this case, the city's paying for it. I forget how much it is, $15 million or $20 million or something like that, which is specifically for this company.
No, but that's a payment. No, Mr. Ferris, it's my understanding that anybody who came to the table could be the recipient of that. Ms. Harris, so, Mr. Chairman, may I recognize our
Because
chief?
we're gonna bring them up.
What I'm saying is that if he can't answer the question,
Go ahead.
somebody here that could.
There you go, okay.
So
Go right ahead.
based upon, and so I just want to, just get it down to the common denominator. There was an assertion made, we do not control, council members, we all know this, but the public doesn't realize that we do not control an RFP process. The administration controls that. And so now we do control the ordinance part of it, but I didn't see anything in the ordinance that prohibited any company from responding to it. But there was an assertion made that it was prepared for, I didn't know whether it was the RFP or the ordinance, but I just wanted to hear facts of how it was prepared for one provider.
Well, I'll, if I may, Mr. Chairman. So specifically, the city is paying this company for 12 strands of fiber, okay? That's that arrangement. Under the ordinance, if you pass the ordinances before you, Comcast would have to give the city 12 strands of fiber, okay? We wouldn't be paid for the 12 strands of fiber like they are. We'd have to give you 12 strands of fiber. We'd also have to have all the connection points.
Okay, wait, so
all that stuff.
So back to that point, Ms. Ferris, and so this is the council's part there to ask the questions though. But to that point, Comcast did not respond to the RFP. And so if they didn't respond to the RFP, they wouldn't be subject to the ordinance. But whoever would have responded based upon, and this is our part is the ordinance part. And one of the things that's taken place is that we are separating the dollar amount, that purchase part. So that based upon what council is telling us, we are separating that part. So there's not going to be any, if that's perceived as preferential, what we're going to do, that's going to be taken out. So besides that though, Mr. Ferris, is there anything else that you can point to that specifies that that the administration, and you're looking at the person who probably has been adverse to this administration more than anybody on this council. The administration has presented theirs. This council only, what's disappointing about this whole process, we only get what the administration brings us. Now, and this is an opportunity here, but I ask, Ms. Ryan can say this, everybody in the administration can say, I ask questions fairly. I'm an equal opportunity questioner. But I just think that, Mr. Ferris, that's a strong assertion to say to this council, you're voting on something, but the administration only gave y'all one thing to vote on, and they prepared it for one vendor. And so if there's ever been a situation like that, my colleagues can tell you, I'm going to question every time that's being brought before us, and I'm doing that now.
Well, that's the fact that they're being paid for 12 strands of fiber, the connection is a huge discriminatory.
Response to you, Mr. Ferris, is that Mr. Wade is going to take that out. So is there anything else that you would assert that this was prepared for just one provider? If that's taken out, is there anything else that would support that this was prepared for just one provider?
Well, if it's a little confusing because the ordinance talks about fiber, the mayor is talking about fiber only.
Okay.
If you go to the city's website on this project, it says, does it apply to only fiber? And it says no. If you meet these speeds, if you meet these benchmarks, then you would get the same benefits. Okay. So it's on their it's on the city's website. You can look at it.
So we'll come back to that. Now, Mr. Speller, or it may have been you, Ms. Carroll, somebody made the statement that fiber isn't better. Now, I'm not I'm a financial advisor. I don't know anything about this technology, but I'm just going to ask what seems like a logical question to me.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to take that. So we've always had fiber in our network. Thomas made the statement, fiber to the curb. We've always fed our node architect via fiber. With the new technology that we're referencing here is called full duplex, FDX, DOCSIS 4.0. This particular technology gives us the ability to be able to deliver symmetrical speeds, multi-gig speeds, low latency DOCSIS. There are absolutely benefits there that fiber that are above and beyond fiber. And that's why we're talking about it today, because we don't have to rebuild the entire infrastructure. We're going to upgrade infrastructure to deliver these things. And the schedule that I put up in front of you a couple of minutes ago, that is the evolution of speeds that we have been doing, not only in Memphis, but across the United States. And our plans is to bring full duplex here to the Memphis market. And part of that is the upgrade that Thomas Carroll and my colleague Thomas Carroll is doing here. We're rebuilding and upgrading the network. That's given us gig speeds here now. And then it's also going to take us to symmetrical as a phase 2. So that statement is absolutely, it's a true statement. There's a lot more benefits to come.
Okay, so as I'm looking at this slide here, this page here, currently so we have, if we look at this 2 gigabits, if I'm using the term correctly, download and 200 upload, that's currently available in Memphis.
It is in the upgrade areas.
Where?
I don't know if we can put the map back up.
So that would be, but now is that was the green and the blue?
Yeah. Yes, if we could put the map back up, that would be great.
So let me give a question out. So up one, yes.
Yeah.
Go up
the
one.
green map.
Okay. Okay, so right now, the green is the one. So if I look at this, 100% of all homes and businesses we serve, that's the green, and that's at 1.2, correct?
The entire city of Memphis today, blue and green today, is sitting at 1.2 gig on the down. What's
the up?
On the down.
On the downstream side.
What's the up?
The up is 200, 1.2 by 200, as is mentioned in that slide. The blue area or the green area that's shaded is the 2 gig product that we have on the downstream side, and is the precursor to our 10G effort that's going to have symmetrical speed. You need to go to the green before you can get to the symmetrical speed.
Okay, so we have to go to the green before we get to the symmetrical?
Yeah, I'm just trying to bucket. So it's an upgrade. Our green area is the upgrade that is the precursor to our symmetrical speed product,
So
10G network.
if we're just focused on where we are right now,
yeah,
and so we've moved on from 2020, and in 2020 we were at 1.2 down, 35 up.
That's correct.
So we've moved from 2022 to 2023. We've moved from 1.2, 35 up. We've gone to 200 up.
That's correct.
So 200 up is available throughout 100% of Memphis.
In the upgraded area.
In the upgraded areas.
And the upgraded areas are,
in green.
In green. Okay, gotcha. Internet Essentials, that came about, that wasn't some generous thing that Comcast did, was it? That was based upon, was at FCC of the Federal Trade Commission approving the merger between Universal, Comcast, and one of those others. So isn't that how Universal Internet Essentials came about?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking a question.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make it clear. It sounds like, okay, well, we're doing this great thing. We're rolling it out, but you had to roll it out because that was a provision of the merger between these entities. Now, and let's go back, folks.
But Councilman, let me ask you something.
Wait, give me 1 second. So I'm just looking at things from a technology standpoint. And in my 55 years of Memphis, I remember being excited when cable was coming to Memphis.
Yeah.
And now my cheap mama didn't buy it, but I do remember cable, and that was Cablevision. And so Cablevision evolved to Time Warner and Roadrunner and all of that. So, yeah, from the standpoint of an infrastructure, and I just have, and I'm not the technology expert here, I'm just gonna provide an opinion here. If we still are talking about stuff that infrastructure that was put in place in 1981, until we've had just the overall revamp of all of that, we're upgrading, but we still have some technological limitations based upon, and they can come to FDX. Now, I'm not like, y'all know what I do for a living, and it's not technology. Finances and money, that's a different thing. But I'm just saying, looking at infrastructure that's been in place for 40 some odd years versus something that's new, and if I just doing a Google search here, fiber DOCSIS, and there's something on AT&T's website that I'll kindly share with y'all that says fiber is better. So everybody, we've had, this is my opportunity to ask questions. I've asked all of mine, Mr. Chair. I close.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me respond to the comment on the outdated network. So that is not true.
Okay.
We have invested millions into this network. When you look at the evolution of speeds that have happened over the last, since 2018 and beyond, that doesn't happen on an outdated network. We've continued to deploy new technology, and as Thomas was talking about the technology that was on that page, we started deploying digital nodes into this area years ago. We started adding new bandwidth to be able to increase the speeds on the network years ago. And so we've been consistently investing year after year, multi-millions of dollars into this network. And what we're describing to you right now, this is just the next stage, the next evolution of where we're headed, because Comcast is always gonna stay ahead on technology. And when you look at the rebuild that's happening, those are just the phases, phase 1, 2, and 3. And of course, every one of these phases costs multiple millions of dollars to be able to do these phases. And it's more than just even, the network and the rebuild. Yes, we're going to deliver, unprecedented speeds, but we're also delivering many other products to our customers, from wireless to home security. You name it. There's all types of new products that are continuing to come down the pipe for Comcast, and so I just wanted to make sure we call that out. Is that this network is not an outdated network. This is a highly competitive next generation network.
Mr. Chairman, can I also make a comment, please?
No, ma'am. We're running a little bit behind time. She wants to say a few things, say your name and everything in response to our chair. And then once you finish, we're going to move to Ms. Ryan, whoever you want to rebut, and then we're going to hear our attorney. We're going to dismiss this one, okay? For right now. Go right here.
Hi, I'm Melinda Little. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs for the Big South region. Just wanted to respond to the Internet Essentials comment about the FCC commitment. It was a 3-year commitment, and the only commitment was to provide 3 years of Internet Essentials to children who received free lunch in the National School Lunch Program. Since then, the company has committed year after year, has increased the eligibility, has increased speeds, and continued to make this our community impact focus. We know how important digital equity is to everyone. And so for us, this is something that we spend a lot of time, a lot of money on investing in, and it's well beyond just children on the free lunch program at schools. That's why we do RISE. That's why we do the lift zones. That's why we do all the work that we do. We realize what a valuable impact it makes on the community. And digital equity, as Evangeline talked about, is something that you can't just have access available. You've got to have education. You've got to have partnerships. You've got to be able to have trusted people that are talking to people that have not accessed the internet through their own efforts. Just because it's there doesn't mean they're going to take it. The people that have not taken internet yet are people that are harder to be able to convince. And there's a lot of different reasons. We've spent a lot of money doing studies. Other people have as well. And so that's why we keep talking about just having it there is not going to be enough.
Thanks for the clarification.
If only somebody owned a multi-platform, multimedia conglomerate in order to create awareness.
So I think we do. However, what I would say to you is when you have, like the federal government now offers a free program. So we actually were partnering during the pandemic before ACP existed to have free internet for people. And there were people that would not accept free internet.
I get it.
Right.
But like in your photo, and look, this was supposed to be more of a technical conversation and it turned into a PR game. I mean, you guys put a photo up here that talked about in 2021, you guys did $112 billion in revenue, $34 billion in EBITDA that year, and you gave away 500 laptops and 170 grand.
That was in Memphis.
Yeah,
that was
right.
in Memphis.
That's what I'm saying.
But that we did a whole lot more than just that in Memphis. I mean, we did a whole lot more over.
But you get my point, though. I mean, you're continuing to talk about millions of dollars, and I understand you're a for-profit entity. It is a different animal when you're a for-profit entity versus, and you're talking about the millions of dollars, and you did $34 billion in EBITDA in a year, right? Like, I know that there are corporate governance policies for social corporate good, but you're not set up and equipped to do what other firms may or may not be able to do. And I don't want to get off on a tangent on it, but it's runs like these that you guys open the door on the community engagement stuff, but it's almost laughable to me. I'm sorry, but it really is. When you've got a company doing that kind of revenue with that kind of hold, with that kind of lobby and government affairs, and it's we're providing a few laptops and some community outlets at Girls Inc. It falls so far short for me. It's hard to fathom.
Thank y'all very much. I want the city to come up and next time somebody come through the chair, don't just say something, please. I am the chair of this one. And y'all got just a few minutes. Then I want you to come up afterwards, okay? Huh? I'm on track. Please, I'm on track, okay? Yeah. Y'all got just a few minutes. I don't want to change mine, okay? I'm on track.
Mr. Chair? Yes, sir. Shandell Ryan, Chief Operating Officer. As he pulls up the slide deck, I'll just say a little bit about who Mr. Rolls is and appreciate him for being here today. He is the Chief Technology Officer for Broadband Success Partners, a consultancy specialized in supporting telecom infrastructure investors and their M&A activities, including technical due diligence. He was SVP and Chief Technology Officer at Charter Communications in Denver, Colorado from 2011 to 2019. During that time, he and his team had the responsibility for engineering and architecture across all lines of business. Previously, he held various roles, 13 years at Cox Communication, including SVP of Technology at Pacific Broadband. He was the VP of Business Development, and in 1990 and 2000, he served as VP of Network Engineering at Excite Home. He also, I will let him get started. I can't read as fast as the vice chair. I'm trying, but I did it. I believe in you.
I need you to say it in 5 minutes. Then now, we want to go to executive, we can. But please don't ever stop me, attorney. Okay, don't do that. Hey, yeah, because, hey, I really do now. And, you know, all I want is some respect up here, just like I want to give everybody some respect. So do not disrespect me, okay?
So Jay Rolls, CTO of Broadband Success Partners, 4900 South Birch Street, but that's in Denver, not in Memphis. So if you need my address, feel free to interrupt as I go along. Just a little bit about... Okay. All right. My background, as was mentioned, You saw Elad from Comcast up on the video. That basically I was Elad at Charter Communications. We like to say Comcast is the 500-pound gorilla. Charter is the 495-pound gorilla. After they merged with Time Warner in 2016. So you've heard DOCSIS a lot on cable. I mean, I'm a cable guy. My kids like to razz me sometimes by calling me cable guy. So my background's in cable, and I chaired the DOCSIS certification board for 10 years, developing the DOCSIS specs. So I know all this technology really well. I've been working a lot more in fiber over the last couple of years, and so that's why I'm here talking about fiber, because I'm in a sort of good position to be able to, I've seen both sides of this equation, can talk about both extensively. There's some interesting stats. This is from Microsoft's broadband usage dashboard that they have. They're able to monitor this, and high-speed data usage in Memphis is at 43%. Chattanooga, which you all are very familiar with, has been fiberized for over 10 years, is showing a statistic of 79%. I think this infrastructure does matter, and it matters on uptake and adoption by the citizens in a community. And so I think that's a noteworthy statistics to throw up there. Fiber availability, I understand, is about 30% in Memphis right now. As Comcast said, 1.2 gig available. Our research is 94%, but you saw the presentation that they gave. In Chattanooga, it's 25 gig community wide. So, look, there's a lot of differences between a fiber network and an HFC network, and I made HFC networks sing for many, many years. But I do think it's starting to reach the end of its horizon. If you look at a 48 count fiber here, like shown in the screen, each one of those fibers, technically, if you had the right equipment on there, can support 40 gigabits times 40 on each strand. It's unfathomable how much capacity fiber has. It really is only a reflection of what kind of optoelectronics you decide to put on either end of it. So the standard access network for fiber out to communities, to fiber to the home today is 10 gigabits per second, symmetrical. That's what anybody who's building one starts with. And look, it's noteworthy that where Charter and Comcast are building new networks, because they're doing this in rural communities, they're building fiber. That's what they build. I mean, if you ask a cable guy, hey, if I could gift you a fiber or a coax network with no cost, what would you take? I'll take a fiber every day. So, but Comcast is trying to make as best they can with the infrastructure they have. I did that for years, as I said. So, but the fiber and the future of what the fiber will support is really the main point I want to make here today. So, a fiber network is passive. That means as you look at a network in a community, there's no power to any of the devices in a fiber network. All there are splitters. They're optically splitting the light multiple places in a network. That's it. In a HFC network and a coax network, there are lots of points of amplifiers that need power. Because they need power, they have to have batteries in case the power goes out. If power goes out for an extended amount of time, sometimes they will roll mobile, portable power generators to keep things going in like an ice storm or some kind of really bad outage. You don't have to worry about that with a fiber network. So there's quite a contrast here between the two. And you don't have this in your printout, but I threw this in the last minute. I wanted like some physicality to show what this looks like. Here we go. That on the upper left, by the way, is a picture of me holding a node last week at the expo, in the Cable Expo in Denver. So this is a pocket of 300 homes. How many of these devices you'll find? So in a pocket of 300 homes, on average, you'll find one of these nodes. You'll find 13 to 17 of these amplifiers. They are all powered. They require power. So another very nice feature of a fiber network, because they don't require power, it is an amazing savings in power, just in power use in general. So it's really a greener approach to connecting homes. Those taps, although they're less expensive, there's about 100 to 130 of them. And so there are lots of points of potential failure because these are all electronics. I think that Comcast is a very impressive AI program they talked about to find faults and all, but I think they need the AI because the network is so complex and has way more points of failure than a fiber network. And I just have to say, to claim that a full duplex coax network is above, the quote here was above and beyond fiber is just utterly patently false. I'm sorry. That is just not true. And maybe some of what I show you here will sort of clarify that. So I'm moving fast so that because you want me to.
Yeah, you got about 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not getting through this slide in 30 seconds. But you have some of this down in writing that you can review about some of the specs of why there's sort of across the board here. You see superiority on a fiber versus maybe this is exhibit 1 of why, a coax network is not above and beyond a fiber network. The contrast is very, very stark. And so, just if you go back and look at that fiber splitter, that is just so simple. That is the most complicated thing that is in the outside plant of a fiber network. So the failure points are less, the reliability is higher, and the capacity of a fiber network is unbounded. It really is unbounded. And anytime you make one of these capacity changes on a fiber network, you don't touch the network. It's just light. It's just being split. You don't have to go back. Every time the Comcast has to make a generation change in their coax network, they have to go out and touch all this equipment. It's just the nature of the game. So I don't fault them for that. That's just the nature of this kind of technology. So, and then as we see, it's quite clear that usage by subscribers, by people at home using the internet, it's just going through the roof, and really COVID was a multiplier there because work from home, school from home, things like that. So I'm getting the stare here that maybe I'm down to 10 seconds. So
there you go.
I'll pause and I'd love to take any questions.
No, it won't be
from
no
you.
questions. You got another minute we're gonna give you, but I want you to say, well, everybody's here. Then I'm not gonna bring our attorney up right now. If he want to go into executive, he can, okay?
Okay.
And we can then talk, but
Okay.
I need you to really kind of let us know on both sides, okay? Can you finish up in a minute?
Yeah, let me see if there's.
Then all of us will know something. If we don't know what to do. Let's learn something. Don't sit there and start talking. Go ahead.
So, today anybody deploying a fiber network is going to be starting at a point of 10 gig symmetrical. Sorry, let me get this into presentation mode. There we go. So I kind of jotted down on my piece of paper. We're starting where Comcast is striving to be. I mean, that's where our starting point is, and really taking, like I said, anything on a fiber network above 10 gig, all it is changing the electronics on either side, and the capacity will immediately go to 25, go to 50, and eventually 100 gigabits per second. No change to the network. So you'd really be laying down some infrastructure in Memphis that is going to have decades and decades of future capability, and going to be able to stay totally on top of where this mind-numbing pace of internet change keeps taking us every day, every year. And I think it's an amazing investment for the community. I'll just stop there.
Good enough. We've learned more from you than a lot of these others, okay?
Thank you.
Everybody wants to sit and run the doggone mouth. Hey, that ain't, don't know nothing. Just like I can say our chair. Hey, you said, what your job you do? You don't know about this, but you want to learn about it, don't you? And then we're sitting up here. This is something that's kind of big. Everybody can be part of it. We got to work it together. It's not about one person or the other. And as this council, we trying to do, we want to do what's right this year with everybody, okay? We want to do the right thing. We don't want one or two to try to influence us to do something else, okay? And like I said, I appreciate you for coming and telling us what's really going on, okay? All right, and that's it. We're not gonna have anybody else to speak. Thank y'all for coming out, all right? And now if our attorney want to go to executive with it, that's fine. This committee is adjourned.
Well, we will have this discussion. We'll continue this discussion.
Good
in
for
executive.
us.
Yeah. If there are any questions from council members, additional questions. Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is the beginning of the Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chairwoman. Councilman Connelly, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Covette, Councilman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilman Morgan, I apologize. Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chairwoman Johnson.
Present. Today we have one item on the agenda to discuss, and that is a SUP 23-19. It's located at 2206 East Shelby Drive. The request is for a special use permit to allow a convenience store with gasoline sales in the CMU-1 district. This affects District 3 and Super District 8.
So moved.
It's been moved and second by Warren and Mark Davis Jones. Okay. Can we have a presentation, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. As you mentioned, this is a special use permit at 2206 East Shelby Drive for a convenience store with gas pumps in the CMU-1 district. The applicant intends to demolish an existing store that's under a canopy and construct a new store to the rear of the property, and the existing canopy will remain. The site's adjacent to the airport and it's surrounded by commercial and multifamily uses. The existing use is illegal non-conforming, so it requires this special use permit for the proposed site modifications. Staff did recommend approval, subject to 2 conditions, and Land Use Control Board recommended approval, also unanimous. So again, the location is near the airport. It's at the corner of East Shelby Drive and Airways, just adjacent to the airport. The subject property is surrounded by commercial and institutional and industrial. Here are the land uses. This is the new site plan, and you might see that there are a couple of curb cuts, and I'll go to the photos. So there are 4 curb cuts currently at this corner, and the proposed revisions or upgrades would be closing 2 of the curb cuts that are closest to the intersection and adding landscape buffers. And then you can see the building toward the rear of the property here. It's currently underneath the canopy. It's one of the older buildings here that you can see under the canopy. And so that would be demolished, the canopy would remain, and then the building would be in this back corner. So this structure would also be demolished. And here's a view from Shelby Drive. And so again, we recommended approval, and Land Use Control Board recommended approval as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. From our last discussion, we had some suggestions. Do you have any conditions that you would like to recommend?
I do, Madam Chair. I think Councilman Carlisle asked about what the brand or the flag would be for the gas station. And so there's an SUP that we had a few months ago that we added 2 conditions that I think would resolve the concerns for that. And so one of the conditions would be, if any standards of the city's property maintenance code are violated, the Memphis City Council may revoke the special use permit. And then that would be number 3, condition number 3. And then condition number 4 would be, the applicant shall provide the Division of Planning and Development with the intended gas station brand prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy. Any change in gas station brand must be processed as a major modification to the special use permit and subject to approval by the Memphis City Council.
Okay. My question from there, what is the brand that's going to be?
And the applicant is here, but they have informed me that it was BP, but I think they can confirm that.
If you would, sir, your name and address, please.
David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North, Bartlett. Yes, the brand is BP.
Okay.
And we're good with those conditions.
Yes. Councilwoman Robinson.
So in the building in the back, will it just be 1 store? Will it be 2 or 3 stores? Give me an idea.
Just 1 store, no rental base.
No rental base. Are you making the parking lot such that 18-wheelers can park on the lot?
No, ma'am. There's not enough room for that.
And I was just trying to make sure. And the last question that I have, there's no space on there for people to be selling tires.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm holding you to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have my number.
Are there any other questions? We need to vote on this item with the added conditions.
As amended, yes.
As amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? Had a question? Okay.
Can we make a further amendment that no sales of anything can be made outside of the building in the back? No sales off of the parking lot for any other.
You mean like those food trucks?
Tire sales, food trucks.
You sure you want to food truck? That's near the airport.
We need to add that to all of them. A lot of service stations have it.
But I can see tire sales for food trucks.
Okay, well, then, can we put that in writing that no tire sales be made off of the parking surface next to the place of business?
You got a question?
You're not objecting to like the propane tanks out front and?
No, no.
Okay, yeah, we're fine with that.
Okay.
Councilwoman Logan, did you have a question?
So what was I know he mentioned about all other kind of sales, but.
I think he did limited to tires only. Like
They
your food truck
limited.
could park there.
But it's my understanding though that we provide a business license for that, for the convenience store, not for all the other stuff. Like they're doing it all the strips and everything, just car washes and Easter baskets and food trucks and all of that. I thought
Right,
that's what he was getting to.
What is how does it read that it's up to the property owner if they allow somebody, a food truck or somebody to sell clothing items, or how is that?
A food truck is governed by the food truck ordinance, which the other items are miscellaneous that would be a temporary if it was going on for longer. But I think if you're wanting to just limit the tire sales, even though it may not be allowed, I think it'd be a good proper thing to just go ahead and
But
add
like,
that.
if you go through town, I mean, you see various gas stations that allow pop-up tents and they're selling whatever, that's just given permission by the property owner?
It is, and if it's for longer, it would need a temporary use permit.
Longer than?
I'm not exactly sure, but I had to look and see. But that would go through the building department.
The codes. Yes, Councilwoman Logan.
Maybe ask Director Zena to speak to that.
Who?
John Zena.
Mr. Zena, they'd like for you to
All right.
speak that. You're an expert.
And I'd
now,
just
so-
like for him to speak to the fact that if that's against code violation, to do all of that.
A lot of that, from my experience, has just been like pop up. They do what they want to do, and they're gone in
But
2 or
it's
3
still
days.
against the law. It's still against the zone.
John
It's
Zena,
just,
Planning and
believe it or
Development.
not, same way with a garage sales and sales in front of your house. You're supposed to get a permit after 1 or 2 days, but people don't. They constantly have these sales. They're not following the law. Yes, sir. Thank you. Name and address, please.
John Zena, Planning and Development. Councilwoman Logan, you were correct. Those are violations of the zoning code.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then the question is, if it's already a violation, we don't need to add a condition to
Okay.
it because it already is in place. But it occurs, so I guess the next question would be, that was raised, why are they not being addressed when we see it?
John Zena, Planning and Development. Whenever we get complaints submitted to our zoning enforcement office, we do address them. And many of those complaints do end up in court and adjudicated through the process. There are a lot of gas stations in this community, and there are a lot of zoning violators in this community. So we have to follow up on the complaints that we get.
Will it be 24 hours?
I don't know at this time. Because of its proximity to the airport, I would imagine it would go to at least 1, but I doubt it would be 24 hours.
That may make a difference.
Councilwoman Logan.
Can you find out beforehand? Does it whoever district is it? Are you all okay with it being 24 hours?
If it's enough business, I don't have a problem. It used to be a service station there. Right. So it's just a replacement. Across the street from a fire department.
Oh, okay.
Station.
Okay.
Diagonal cross.
And it's in a commercial like it?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Probably so. Seeing there's no more questions to be raised on this issue, let's try that vote again. All in favor of this, yes, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you may ask a question. Thank you.
Chair. Just for knowledge, because we couldn't figure it out over here, when did the gas station moratorium end that we had?
It was a moratorium.
John Zena Planning and Development was about 2 years ago, I think.
It was 2 years ago?
Councilwoman
COVID
Logan.
age,
Lasted long enough for them to write the rezoning of the city.
We
and
just
once
hadn't
they-
had that many gas stations come. That's why we hadn't.
Since then.
Because we've already
Because they
known.
redid the zone.
We tightened the rules,
Right.
so it is more difficult. And then we also did rezoning of several locations to where they wouldn't be allowed even by special use permit.
So to say all the gas station uses that come to us were probably already service stations.
No, we had
Not
one.
necessarily, though I agree to the point I think you're making, which is it seems like we've seen more of that than brand new within the last year.
Okay. And is it a standard to reinstate moratoriums that you've seen? Just asking.
In my experience, we have not. However, if we feel that the changes that were made didn't address the problem, then that option is always available.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Chairwoman Logan.
But it seemed like that would be a good reuse, or if there was one already there and it was closed, for them to get that one and reopen it, opposed to
Well, that has been the assumed practice. There's been one reason why. At one time, we were given a count of exactly how many service stations existed here in the city. And we came to the understanding as a group, if one already exists, we will allow another one to replace it.
Yeah, okay.
It's just a
Thank
practice.
you, Chair.
Okay. We'll go to a vote. All in favor of this resolution, please, with the amended conditions, please vote by saying aye. Any in opposition? This item has passed and will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The hour is 3:01. I would like to call to order the Memphis City Council's executive session. Ms. Hyman, would you please conduct a roll call?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chairman Jones.
Present. Colleagues, did you call Johnson? Did you recognize Johnson?
I did. I said Councilwoman Johnson.
She said don't forget about her.
Okay.
Here.
Never.
So, colleagues, we don't have any items on our executive, but we will take this time to have some questions. Yeah, we'll recognize. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you finished in the last one. Did y'all have any more presentations to add on?
No, so I was going to have Mr. Wade
There you go.
to present. Yeah, so we'll hear, continue any discussions and questions that you may have regarding the fiber ordinance. Yes. Yes.
Colleagues, just a reminder, October 31st is your deadline to submit your legislative priorities for the state, or I will take my own priorities up there to them
thank you.
in November. Thank you.
What's the deadline again? Don't worry about it. Meredith? We can't let do that.
Ms. Wade.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. As you all know, I have been studying the ordinance very carefully, and it is our intention to make it as competitively neutral so that any provider that wants to play can play. And the ultimate goal of this whole exercise is to make sure that every citizen in the city that wants fiber can get fiber. And that's the bottom line. And so all of these other things about RFPs and all that stuff, that's not going to be in there. So, I mean, it's very simple to me, and I think we want to make sure that we preserve all our engineering standards, all our technical requirements, and do all those things and make sure that that's in the ordinance. So I'll be working on it very carefully, and I'll report back to you before third reading.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Wade? Did anybody want to hear from any of the other? I'm sorry, Councilman Warren.
Coming back next meeting for a vote? First reading tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
The microphone.
It's on for first reading tonight, and it's going to run its normal course where we don't have any discussion or debate downstairs until third reading. At that time, we'll probably tender a substitute ordinance that y'all have been provided well in advance.
Okay. Colleagues, did anybody want to hear from any of the other presenters that ask any questions? Okay. Did you, Mr. Smiley? Okay.
I heard from y'all enough.
Okay. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Yeah.
I would like the consultant to give me some more details about the half duplex.
Which one? A lot of consultants.
The young lady in the black. I'm sorry, I can't think of her name. Miss Otis.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and name and address for the record, please.
And don't forget to hit the. There we go. Oh, you've been here before.
I have, and this time I will remember to give my address. I'm Joanne Hovis, 5000 Battery Lane, Bethesda, Maryland. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Could you give me some more information about, was it the half duplex? Are you
Yes,
familiar with it?
Councilwoman, I can't speak to what Comcast has put into its presentation deck.
Oh, okay.
I can just share with you as a longtime broadband professional that Comcast has a very good network and it delivers very good speeds. There are two parts of the network that I encourage you to think about. There is the infrastructure in your rights of way, where what Comcast has was built, as was mentioned earlier, in the early 1980s, late 1970s. And then there is the equipment, their technology, they called it, the electronics, like DOCSIS 4.0, which is also known by this other name they use, the full duplex.
Yes.
And that is the kind of electronics and equipment they use to make that infrastructure in your rights of way work. The equipment, the electronics they have are developed by very capable engineers, and they put a lot of resources into developing them, and it's really good stuff. And what it allows them to do is take that old infrastructure that's in your rights-of-way, that's primarily coaxial cable, going back to the early days of cable television. It was developed and built for cable television purposes. Now they're using it for internet, and this equipment allows them to deliver some pretty good speeds over that old infrastructure. I don't want to say anything negative about their network because it's a good network and it delivers good speeds. It's not a fiber network. A fiber network is going to put in your rights-of-way infrastructure that is the infrastructure of the future, that is universally understood to be the infrastructure of the future. And as the gentleman said earlier, for anyone who was here, the former EVP from Charter Communications, which is a very large cable company and who worked in this space, it is universally also known that where Comcast is building new networks, it is building fiber networks. It is not building coaxial cable networks. And a coaxial cable network with some fiber is what they have in Memphis and in most cities. So they're trying to upgrade it with electronics. They're doing a great job, but it's not what anybody would build today. It's not what they build today when they build new networks, and it's not what is contemplated for the future. If you want a future-proof city, then fiber all the way to the home, to the business, to the user that is the definition of future-proof. And that is universally acknowledged within the industry. That there's just no debate about that among engineers, technologists, or the business people who work in this space. I hope I answered your question.
Ms. Hovis, I have a question, and I haven't had a chance to just use Google myself, but there was an interesting point that was raised. If we think about the bipartisan infrastructure plan, a lot of those funds were committed to rural areas. There was not dedicated to urban areas. And so, like I said, I haven't Googled it yet, but I'm going to Google right here. Rural infrastructure, fiber or not. And, that's going to tell us what they're doing, because I saw a head nod to, essentially say that's not what they're doing. But you would think, I just, if with all of this money that's flowing from the federal government, my being a financial guy, not a technology guy, I don't see them putting coaxial cable. It doesn't make sense for them. It's not logical to put coaxial cable in the ground now if we're going to fiber. Like I said, I haven't Googled it. That's, Ms. Hovis, your statement here. Google may have its own, be multiple sources there to say that. But I still would note, colleagues, is that part of the bipartisan infrastructure plan committed a substantial amount of money for broadband, but it was not for urban areas. It was for rural areas, and I'd like to see.
Yeah, I think at TASER, I think the number is 350 or 400 million to the state of Tennessee, and I think 95% of it's committed to rural areas.
Yeah. So like maybe that search is what is Grundy County doing? What is Obion County? What are they deploying at this time? And once we answer that question, if what they're saying is that whatever they're saying, I believe it. They say they're doing what DOCSIS 4.0. Well, I'd buy that. Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
May I share with you if this is helpful? And the program under the bipartisan infrastructure law is called the BEAD program, or Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment. And I spend a lot of my time working on state plans for the BEAD program. The federal rules for that program require that priority go to fiber projects. Only when the states are distributing the funds, it's $42.5 billion, and a state cannot fund any infrastructure other than fiber unless they find that there's simply no financial way that they can afford to get fiber everywhere, and then they will have to apply to the federal government for a waiver. The prioritization of all federal broadband grant programs now is for fiber. Nobody funds coaxial networks. It just doesn't happen. If I can perhaps share another data point, the state of California has put a couple of $2 billion toward funding infrastructure with American Rescue Plan Act funds. They just released the list of programs, of applications that they just received. Comcast has applied for $350 million for fiber to the premises, fiber infrastructure programs in California. But this is happening in every state. This is true in every state, and I don't mean it as any kind of a negative. This is the future. This is what everybody wants to build. Any company that wants to build an asset that it will be able to make a business of for the many decades to come builds the infrastructure of the future, not of the past.
Councilman Warren.
You know, in Tennessee, it looks like most of this new fiber money is going to rural counties. Was that a federal determination, not a state determination?
Yes, that is in the statute. The prioritization for the funding is for locations that currently do not have service of 25 megabits in the downstream direction and 3 in the upstream direction. And most cities have that because cable infrastructure is everywhere. As I said, the cable companies have pretty good networks in most of our cities, including Memphis. So it's rural areas that are considered unserved under federal policy, and that is the top priority for these new funds.
So if we want to get something like this, this may be our only way. Is that the take-home point?
Yes, sir. I really do believe that. What public funds, federal funds are going to rural communities. Most private dollars are going to wealthier suburban areas. It is the cities where we are seeing the least investment, and that's why I think your ordinance is so important, is because I think it's about to unleash a whole lot of new investment by the private sector.
Thank you very much. It's very, very interesting.
Colleagues, any other questions? I saw Mr. Ferris, you raised your hand and maybe wanted to respond to that. And you will not have a lot of time because we have to carry on. Okay.
I'm not the technology person, but we discussed some of the things that Ms. Hovis said. We discussed them downstairs, your question. And quite honestly, we disagree. I mean, I had the senior vice president of engineering for Comcast here. That's all he does. Okay, and this other person from Charter, the CTO from Charter, and we just disagree. I mean, the man said you don't have to have electricity for fiber. I'm sitting right next to the Comcast person. He says he's absolutely wrong. So, you know, I'm not the technology guy, but we're not opposed to what the investment is here in the city. I've tried to say that. I probably hadn't done a good job. But we're going to provide a system that is equal to or better than what is being proposed. And we feel like we should be treated with fairness and get the same type thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Okay. We have this for first reading. I would, if there would be no objection to it, if colleagues wanted to have further discussions in committee, we can, but it'll just be attorney. We'll limit those discussions. But if not, we'll just carry on as we normally do. That brings us to the items that will be held.
On the queue.
Okay. Item number 26 will be held until our November 7th meeting.
That's his cue.
And Mrs. Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stated during my committee, particularly as it relates to the sewer ordinance, you know, for various reasons, I believe it'd be prudent for the council to hold this particular item until to the first meeting in February, and I want to do exactly what I said I'm doing. So at that point, I moved to hold item number 25 from the regular agenda until the first meeting in February 2024.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. I'd like for the maker and as well as the supporters of that to articulate why it would be prudent for us to do so.
Well, I would first start by saying this. One, as it relates to this particular ordinance, I think it was articulated by one of the council members that there may be potential funding from the state and from the federal government to support us extending the sewer line. And another thing that I want to particularly point to is, although I'm not necessarily a fan of the state administration, but I don't want to implement an ordinance that could be seen as particularly hostile to the state administration. When we do that, we may find ourselves in a similar situation as the city of Nashville. And I think that would be ill-advised if we would take that type of position. And I've invited my colleagues to chime in as well.
I'll be polite and say asked and answered. I articulated those reasons in committee, but I'll reiterate everything Councilman Smiley just said. I don't know of a deal that's on the table now that would be impacted between now and then. And I think that there's a larger opportunity to be prudent about this. Much like this fiber issue, there's a lot of noise in the room. This is something that the administration's been working on for 6, 7, 8 years. It landed on our desk. There's a lot of arguments to be made. There's a lot of contextual history about how we got here. There's growth aspects. There's pieces of legislation that aren't even directly but indirectly related to a regional sewer system like a compact. All of these things are helpful, and it's been made abundantly clear to me by members of that body that this would be seen as a hostile act. And if anybody wants to fight, that's fine. That's up to you. They're going to win. They just took away Nashville's airport authority. Like, I'm not trying to get into a fight over it when there's an opportunity to collaborate. And I think that door is wide open, and I think we should be prudent and at least explore it. No one's trying to table this. No one's trying to kill this. We're just saying, let's let the new mayor and his team take a look at it. Let's get through 1 month of the General Assembly being convened. And if we feel like we're not going to be there, then we'll take it up and enact it. It's reasonable and prudent. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I feel the same way. And I also think this may be an opportunity for Shelby County to wake up. It may be a time we need to work out and work together. And this is a serious item. It hurts both of us, or it can help both of us.
Okay.
I think they have enough support that showed up today to go and put that pressure on them. And believe me, they are Shelby County voters.
They are Shelby County voters, colleagues, but I still would say anytime there's nothing that has stopped the county. So the county recognized, and Mr. Connect, he'll have this discussion, and Mr. Connect, and I would ask for us to hold it. He's not here now, but he said he'd come back and articulate this, because what we don't have is the background. Shelby County looked at the dollar amount and said, no, thank you. Put it, Memphis, you all continue to pay it. That's what the county did. Now, Mr. Wade, if you have some light that you can shed on this, whether, correct me if I'm wrong or right in this, colleagues, it's simple math. 10 million divided by 1 million is much less than 10 million divided by 650,000. That's what's being put on the table. Let's take Nashville out the equation. Chattanooga is not going to be in this position. Jackson is not going to be in this position. Murfreesboro is not going to be in this position. Clarksville has Montgomery County and Clarksville, they're consolidated. But as Mayor Strickland said, there's probably not a single city in this country that has an obligation. And so they have to do a private act to put that requirement just on Memphis, because they'd have to be doing it to all other municipalities to put that requirement on them. So with that, I take a.
So I would like to offer this point. A hold doesn't kill it. We're talking about some time to see if there's additional funding available. We don't know that. We don't know if there's additional funding available. We don't know
or
how
any amendments we can add to it.
Yeah,
to
or
make
any
it more
amendments. We don't know the position of the state right now. I don't think it is an incumbent upon us to act right now. Because if it's incumbent upon us to act right now, I think the Strickland administration would have gave this to us my first year, my second year, or my third year. They've been working on this for quite a bit of time. So who's to say the council shouldn't have time to do its due diligence? What we always talk about is give us time to make a prudent decision. And, you know, from what I'm hearing is if we go to the state, there may be funding available. If the state tell us, you know, I almost said some words I shouldn't say. The state tell us to go on somewhere, then we come back and we say, you know what, let's vote for it. But we have to do our due diligence. And giving us something at this point in time, we're not doing our due diligence. We're just essentially doing what we've always done, which is follow the Strickland administration. At some point, this council has to say, we are our own body. We're gonna enact our own authority. We have the ability to make our own decisions, not being told what to do.
I get that, and we'll move on. I'll yield if anybody else has any statements. If not, okay. But my last response to that, it probably would be, it would have to be precedent setting for the state to provide this type of funding. This is a local type of, in the history of the state of Tennessee, have they provided sewer funding like this? They have not. And so for us to put a hope and a prayer on they're doing something precedent setting like this, I think that we are, you know, we might as well go play the lottery. Our chances of winning that would be better than that. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think I understand what you're saying, but I think, you know, if our options are to vote this up or down, you know, I think that that's not really what our options are. We do have time to get more information and to work with the state and to work with other groups to figure out how do we do this. In my mind, I think if we expand this, I want the people who are getting access to it to pay the equivalent of what they would be paying if they lived in Memphis in city taxes.
I tell you what,
but so we can add things
right.
like that. You know what I'm saying?
If it's no objection, because like I
let's
said,
just hold it for
Mr. Connect had something that he didn't talk about today, because what we have, you all may recall, WIFIA, that's the state loans us money. With a loan, who pays it back? Us. So as far as, if you're talking grants for this, we have not had grants
what I'm saying
for this. We can hold it. I'm just asking, let's hear from Connect. If there's still the will to hold it downstairs, the votes will be there. Maybe it may not change anything, but Ms. Connect is not here for us to hear this out.
We've discussed this over and over. And with you, by the way, when interest rates are at 8% and they're giving you a 1% loan, might as well be a grant. It's paid back over 20 or 30 years. And we can sit here and talk about the finance of all of it and 650,000 versus $1 million. Like, the whole point is that you're going to add more ratepayers because you're going to have growth, which then continues to spread the basis aside of it. To the point, right now under state law, there's a specified formula. Like, that formula could be amended. There's laws against a profit. I mean, there's all sorts of avenues. And for me, and this is just me, I'm not willing to move on this until I've had an opportunity to go up to Nashville and ask what options are on the table from the General Assembly, and not just one or two people from the Memphis delegation. Republican or Democrat, they're not carrying a lot of the water up there. It's their conference and their caucus. And so you have to go and see what the desire is. But they have a $5 billion investment 45 minutes down the road, and they understand that a big piece of that investment is our infrastructure. So I'm not expecting it to be solved with the wave of a wand. I'm saying, let's just give ourselves an opportunity to go have that conversation. And I'll reiterate, I've been told directly by two members that this is going to be seen as a hostile act.
Well, as someone who's been on the opposite side of the state and won, just because the state does it, doesn't make it constitutional.
Or lost, as it is so the case that we lost the school system.
But the state had to go in and had to create a general law where they tried to do a private act. But the point that I'm trying to make is that they made a significant investment in Volkswagen. Did they do it for Volkswagen? So those are just some of the questions. Did they do it for some of the other plants around here? And so I just don't see them doing it for us. So that okay. No.
For the vote for the whole.
Vote for the whole. Yeah, it's still already. You want
Well,
to vote?
There's nothing connected to say it's going to change my mind. I'd rather vote now.
okay, fine. If you call for the roll call vote, yes. This is for the whole.
This, to clarify, this is a motion to hold the sewer ordinance until the
first-
second meeting.
First meeting.
First meeting in
February.
February.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the dates yet. Okay. Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Colvette? Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Johnson? Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson? Councilman Smiley? Councilman Smiley?
But yes. Okay, I'm done.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Yes.
Councilman Warren?
Yes.
Chairman Jones?
No. That item passes. So that item is held until the first meeting in February. We also have a hold on item number 4. Item number 4 will be held. So we have 2 add-on items.
Oh, item 4 was.
Yeah, item 4 is held. Item number 34 is a resolution for an additive change order, additional funds request to an existing construction contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $308,110 due to a change in the scope of work, Mill Avenue Drainage Replacement Project number ST03225, Council District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, and there's a request for same night minutes. Item number 35 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate $2,348,276.45 from existing projects GA01004, Cobblestone Landings, Council District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes on this item. So our same night minute items will be items number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 34, 35. Any other business to come before the executive?
Item 26 is held too.
Okay.
We do have one more piece of business.
Yeah, so item number 26 is being held.
One
And
more
a-
piece of business.
Yeah.
From Councilman Smiley.
Oh, we can do it downstairs.
You can do it downstairs.
I was
But,
ready to do it now.
well, we can do it. What?
We can do it downstairs. It'd be
Never mind, no.
Let's do it downstairs.
Any other business?
Yes. Councilman
Okay.
Smiley has something.
Council Smile.
Absolutely. You know, I think it was Friday. When was it?
16th.
October 16th. This is for Bosses Day on behalf of the Memphis City Council.
Thank you.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
Part of it was stolen by FedEx.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Show them what it is.
You gotta show us what it is.
What it is?
It's hair.
A laser gram.
I'll open it from the bottom.
You're supposed to open it up. I know it is. Oh.
Ah, yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
and there's something else.
Okay. Well, we will meet.